100% of the time over buying digital. It's like a digital only release, I'm like tempted to not even pick it up. But yeah, I mean, I know this was kind of a long-winded video. Just wanted to get my thoughts out there on retro gaming, but let me know what you think of the retro gaming market, collecting physical games. Where do you see prices headed? Are you happy with the collection you have? Do you still collect? Have you stopped collecting or kind of slowed down? Yeah, just let me know your thoughts. And as usual, kind of like I say at the end of these too, like if there's any games you recommend I check out, I know we didn't really talk about video games specifically here, but if there's a game that you think is awesome and maybe I haven't played before, super down to check it out. But as usual, appreciate you guys for watching, and we'll catch you soon with another video.
But I would pay for it.
Faye? So, right. He won't find out from me. Sure. Nothing. Unless you count eating and sleeping.
Nobody counts that. There you are. You missed Halleck and Yarrow's duet.
I told you, the freelancers were desperate. Don't do it.
I'm doing it.
Star Wars Outlaws and Jedi Survivor. Believe it or not, these two actually have quite a bit in common. Both center on protagonists with cute assist characters who explore and fight their way through a number of planets, taking on both the Empire and the galaxy's criminals. Plus, both have space toilets. And so in this video, we're going to compare both games to highlight the similarities and parallels, along with seeing which game executed them better. Now, I will be going into story spoilers a little later in the video, but I will give a fair warning. Okay, let's start by comparing the companions. Jedi Survivor has BD1, the little assist droid. Meanwhile, Outlaws has Nyx, the furry McQuarl. Both companions help the protagonist navigate the game in their own way. Now, being a droid, BD1 focuses more on the mechanical actions. He gives Cal Bacta, acts as a pair of binoculars, sprays Cobra matter, shoots electro darts, and slices security droids. Nyx focuses more on the organic tasks, like fetching items, interacting with panels, or sabotaging equipment. Nyx can also attack and distract enemies along with stealing items from them. Plus, he can take a peek at the other player's cards in Sabak. Both of these companions serve quite different purposes, so this one is really down to your personal preference. But am I the only one who thinks that Nyx kind of looks like a mini Toothless with dreads? Alright, let's move on to the ships. Now, both characters have starships that act both as a mode of transport between planets and their home. Cal has the Mantis luxury yacht, while Kay is in possession of the Trailblazer. Both are also home to the main character's crew, and both have a workbench where the characters can customize their weapons. Of course, the big difference is that you can actually fly the Trailblazer in Star Wars Outlaws. Now, speaking of customization, both games let you change the protagonist's appearance and also upgrade their abilities. Kay has the standard Ubisoft set of upgrades: sneak quieter, shoot faster, carry more stuff. They're all essentially expansions onto her base skill set. And I think this is where Jedi Survivor undoubtedly comes out ahead. Now, it's quite common for Star Wars games based around Force wielders to have a large set of saber moves and Force powers. But Jedi Survivor took that to a whole other level by having 5 separate saber stances, one with an actual blaster which can also be upgraded just like in Outlaws. On top of that, each stance also comes with its own moveset and skill tree. In addition to that, Cal also has an entire set of Force powers and abilities that you can upgrade and unlock throughout the game. Now, of course, we're not comparing apples to apples here. Cal is a Jedi while Kay is a thief smuggler person, but I think it's fair to say that her arsenal of skills and upgrades does feel a bit limited. The developers could have easily expanded both Kay's combat and stealth skill sets, and this brings me to the way both games present their environments and exploration. Both have the action set across several planets. Outlaws is an open world game, but a lot of the open areas don't really have that much to do in them. You will encounter an occasional group of bandits or an Imperial outpost or some NPCs looking to give you a side quest, but most of the actual gameplay will take place in specific locations or levels. Now, Jedi Survivor does lean more towards a set level design, although it does incorporate some free roam elements, in particular on the planet Koba, where you can ride the big Yoshis. Survivor's smaller, tighter environments also allow the developers to pack them with more unique locations, events, and characters. Now, Jedi Survivor is divided into 2 gameplay modes, action and exploration, but the game does a good job of balancing both and keeping them interesting by throwing in new abilities as you progress, from companion assist to ascension cables to the dash, the Marin charm, and all the different creatures that you can ride. Plus, I've already mentioned the myriad of combat abilities that can be unlocked. Now, Star Wars Outlaws actually has 3 main gameplay modes: action, exploration, and stealth, but the way you play them stays the same. Sure, you do have the skill upgrades mentioned earlier, but most of them are incremental. The stealth sections of the stars are pretty much the same as the ones at the end. You'll be using the same grapple hook throughout the game. There just isn't enough new abilities to keep things interesting. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is technically a 4th gameplay mode where you fly the Trailblazer, but it's always around the atmosphere area of whatever planet you're on at the moment. Plus, there are really only 2 things that you can do: get into some basic dogfights and collect stuff. Let's be honest, it's all really just there to have this cool hyperspace jumping mechanic. Now, both games will occasionally throw basic puzzles at the player. Jedi Survivor leans more into the environmental puzzles, like having Cal move these big balls with the Force, realign some lasers, and shoot Koba matter with BD-1. On the other hand, Outlaws relies on 2 dedicated puzzle minigames. We've got the lock-picking rhythm puzzle and the slicing pattern match puzzle. There is nothing particularly egregious about them, but I do wish the developers would have thrown in a few more puzzle types, because doing these 2 again and again does get a bit repetitive. Okay, now this is where I'm going to start going into spoilers. Now let's talk about the levels and locations, because both these games actually have a fair few in common. The way they approach them is quite different. For example, both games have sections set in locations from the High Republic era. Star Wars Outlaws has Kay explore a downed High Republic cruiser. It looks really cool from the outside, but once you get inside, most of your time is going to be spent navigating around these dark, gloomy corridors and derelict chambers. I mean, realistically, this could be any other generic sci-fi wreck. On the other hand, Jedi Survivor has Cal explore the Shattered Moon, which is home to this High Republic era facility. Now, a large portion of this section actually has Cal do similar exploration type gameplay to Kay, but the big difference is that this place is still functional professional. You get to see all the environments and properly appreciate the scale and the design of this ancient facility. Plus, it makes for much better exploration. For example, look, both characters are climbing these grates. But in Cal's case, there's also these rogue power couplings that he's got to avoid. This is a good example of how Jedi Survivor makes its environments feel dynamic. Meanwhile, Outlaws relies on the same static gameplay tropes. The same can be said about the two games' use of the prequel era locations. Star Wars Outlaws has a section set at the droid factory. Oh nice, you know, the one from Attack of the Clones with all the crazy stuff happening around you. Now this one's abandoned, which means you spend another hour climbing around dark and gloomy environments. Okay, look, Outlaws is set during the original trilogy, so it won't make sense to have a functioning battle droid factory. Fair enough, but let's see how Survivor solves the same problem. Well, we've got this old Trade Federation control ship core on the planet Cola left over from the Clone Wars. And now the Bedlam Raiders have taken over the ship and reactivated/reprogrammed the battle droids. This means that not only does Cal get to explore the ship, he also takes on a bunch of nostalgic enemies from the prequels, instead of, you know, them just being stuck to the conveyor belt. Both characters also infiltrate an ISB base towards the end of their respective games. In Jedi Survivor, this comes on the heels of a betrayal by Bode and the murder of Cal's mentor, Seer. The entire level is really tense and has Cal on the edge of the dark side. It mixes combat and traversal, forcing the player to use the full arsenal of Cal's powers and skills to get across this multi-level environment and take down a variety of different enemies. Plus, this section ends with Cal going berserk and using the dark side for the first time. Now, Outlaws also has the right ingredients for an interesting level, as it takes place right after Kay is reunited with her estranged mother who abandoned her as a teenager. There was so much opportunity here to have both characters reluctantly work together while trying to overcome their conflicts in order to make it out of the base alive. But instead, the mum quickly buggers off, leaving Kay alone to do yet another generic stealth mission as she looks for yet another generic MacGuffin. And speaking of supporting characters, one of the big reasons why Jedi Survivor's story resonated with so many players was because it had a set of principal support characters that Cal would interact with throughout the story. This allowed Cal and the player to establish a relationship with each character and care about them. For example, you wanted Cal and Merrin to finally get together, and you hated both for betraying the crew. Sure, Jedi Survivor had plenty of side characters, but they didn't really intrude on the story unless you actively chose to engage with them. On the other hand, Star Wars Outlaws spends a big chunk of its main story having Kay interact with random NPCs that nobody really cares about, which ends up eating into the time she can spend with the few genuine and interesting characters in the game. A prime example of this is the commando droid ND5. Look, he takes up more of the game's cover than Kay, yet he doesn't enter the story until a quarter of the way through and then spends most of his time sitting on the ship. At one point in the story, his power cell gets depleted and suddenly Kay is all up in arms about him being her friend and trying to save him, but why? You two have hardly interacted up until this point. Why does Kay suddenly care so much about ND5, and most importantly, why should the audience care? Now, there is a mission where a fully functioning ND5 accompanies Kay on a job for Jabba the Hutt, but it's DLC locked behind a season pass. And finally, I want to mention Darth Vader because the Dark Lord does make an appearance in both games, and he is very menacing in both of them. The big difference is that Jedi Survivor actually allows the player to experience how menacing he is by taking him on as Seer. Sure, it's not as terrifying as the confrontation in Fallen Order, but it still does a good job painting Vader as an unstoppable force. Plus, Vader's actions have a major impact on the plot as he kills one of the game's key characters. Meanwhile, Vader's appearance in Outlaws is relegated to a pre-rendered cutscene and then a hologram. It's very much a cameo, and if you are looking for cameos from the movies, then Outlaws is definitely the game to play because it's packed with them. Another parallel between the two games is that they both include planets from the original 6 pre-Disney movies, but their approach to presenting each planet is quite different. Jedi Survivor opens on Coruscant, and whilst this looks impressive, it's actually quite a linear setting because it's used to introduce all the various gameplay elements. The developers also decided to focus on showing us a different side of Coruscant than the one we've seen in the prequels. Not only is it set in the lower levels of the city planet, but we also get to see it under Imperial rule, as the game opens with this striking visual of the Jedi Temple covered in Imperial banners. Some players have expressed disappointment at this tease, as they expected to have a later portion of the game be set in the temple itself. Likewise, the actual map for the planet is rather small, which is something that can't be said about Outlaw's depiction of its original trilogy planet, Tatooine. Whilst Jedi Survivor tried to show us a new side to a beloved planet, Star Wars Outlaws decided to lean right into the nostalgia. From dewbacks to Tuskens to Luke's homestead to Mos Eisley with the docking bay and the cantina to Jabba's palace complete with the Rancor. Don't get me wrong, there are new locations and landmarks that you can visit, but come on, we all know why we're here. And so it's no surprise that this section seems to be a highlight for most players, even if everyone at Mos Eisley is on their phones. And so there we have it, Star Wars Outlaws versus Jedi Survivor, a tale of two modern AAA Star Wars games. Please leave a comment below with your take. Which did you prefer? And were there any other similarities between them that I missed? As always, thanks for watching. Please consider supporting me on Patreon, and a huge thanks to my existing patrons. Also, if you've enjoyed this video, please remember to like, subscribe, and hit the bell. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Search the bodies. I bet we find where this auction really is.
On it. Wait, I got a freelancer link here. Anything on it about the auction?
Checking.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing
yes.
1 2 3.
It has a
This
location.
game
Not
is kind of fun, but it's just too bad. It sucks.
You bring that link back when this is done, yes?
Don't worry.
Good. Now find that coward Diggs and break up his foul auction.
Dominion. Oh, very bad customer indeed.
And their auction payment?
Will be terrible. Stop them.
Didn't expect the Dominion to show up.
They are looking for anything to help rebuild their power.
Didn't see anything that might be a payment from the Dominion for those fragments.
I don't like that. Means a deal was already made.
And no digs.
Get back to the fort. We need a plan.
Yes, we do.
If you ask me what my favorite game is, I'd probably tell you Far Cry 4. I've been playing this game for about a decade, and what better way to make an old game new is with a challenge. So today we find out if you can beat Far Cry 4 while using the worst gun in the game. Now before I get into the rules, a lot of you might be wondering, what is the worst gun in this game? There are two guns many would agree are the worst, that being the 6P9 and the Mark IV revolver. So let's have a look at both these weapons. First up is the 6P9. Now it does have the lowest damage in the game, however its other stats really aren't that bad for a handgun. It is also fully customizable with a night sight, suppressor, and extended magazine. It is also semi-automatic, and it really isn't a bad gun for stealth if you haven't unlocked any of the signatures, or if you haven't unlocked the autocross yet. But that's the only thing it really has going for it. Outside of stealth, it's pretty trash. Now let's look at the Mark IV revolver. Yes, its damage is slightly higher than the 6P9, however, its other stats are way worse. It is also one of the only guns in the game you cannot customize. You cannot change this gun in any way. It is also single action. That means every time you fire the gun, you have to cock the hammer manually. So its fire rate is pretty shitty. It's really bad. Now with that said, I believe the Mark IV is the worst gun in the game. Yes, you can argue the 6P9 is, but in my opinion, I think the Mark IV is just because of how bad the stats and everything else are. Now it's time to go over the rules, and there are quite a few, so sit down and listen. So here they are. I must use the worst gun the entire game. Pretty obvious, but I am allowed to hold other weapons as long as I don't use them. I also cannot use takedowns or any throwables. Throwables being stuff like throwing knives, grenades, you know, the raw meat, Molotovs, all that. I'm not counting rocks as throwables because those aren't gonna kill anybody, and if they do, you gotta throw like 20 of them. Using weapons in cutscenes is allowed, but you actually don't need to if you just wait long enough. Same goes for QuickTime events. I will not be counting QuickTime events because those happen at random when animals attack you. It's out of my control. I'm not counting them. Signature weapons are off limits. Yes, the Mark IV revolver does have a signature, but it is way better than the default version, so I will not be using it. Now it's time for the controversial rules. I am allowed to use C4, but I can only use it if it is to blow up an obstacle. There are parts in the game where you need to blow up doors or blow up gates. You cannot progress without doing that. I will not be counting it unless I kill someone doing it. Killing with vehicles is also fine. However, I'm not going to go out of my way to do it. That being said, elephants are off limits. Those things are beasts. Those things are fucking overpowered. And lastly, environmental kills are allowed. Now, what are environmental kills? It's like shooting an explosive barrel or shooting a cage to let an animal out. Those are fine because the gun causes it to happen. So yeah, that's about it. Let's finally play this game. I arrived on a bus in Kirat holding my mother's ashes, and you know my boy Darpan was there. If you don't fuck with Darpan, I don't fuck with you. Not that monkey, no, that's not him. Yeah, there he is, yeah. And you know my boy Darpan got me. Look at him slipping me 100, so sly, so sexy. He's giving that shit away like I'm a stripper in Vegas. Anyways, enough about Darpan. The bus got stopped and they shot it up. I got shot right in the face, but they missed. I don't know how. Like, I actually have no idea how they did that. Point blank shot and you fucking miss? Who the fuck trained these guys? How do you even miss that? You have to go out of your way to miss that. Anyways, Pagan showed up, inserted his pen into this guy, and you know Darpan giving him that stone cold response, not saying shit to him. Me and Pagan took a photo together, and he must have thought I was like looking fly as a motherfucker because, yeah, he kidnapped me. It wasn't so bad though. He took me out to dinner with, Deplore and, you know, Darpan. Yeah, we're having a good old... Oh, shit. You good, Darpan? Oh. I mean, it's not so bad. Look, the guards are taking you straight to the infirmary. It'll be okay. It'll be okay, Darpan. He's probably fine. He's probably fine. I met up with Sabal and I made my escape. Once you're in the truck, you get the shittiest machine pistol in the game. Just don't fire it and you'll be fine. I got into a little fender bender, got the kukri, and now I was on my way. This part's really easy, just distract everybody with rocks or run straight past them. I did some badass platforming and made my way up to the tower. A bunch of dudes showed up, so I sat in the corner and let everybody else do the killing for me. I got hit by an avalanche. Thankfully, Sabal, you know, saved me, cause, plot armor. He took me to his home village where I met my third least favorite character. Amita did some rambling and Sabal was just like, yeah, ignore that bitch, bro, and then walked off. I met up with him again and he was comforting a guy who thought he could recreate Mirror's Edge, so naturally I volunteered myself to do what he couldn't. Sabal says to me, and I quote, "Way to step up, brother. There's no one guarding it, but it's a tricky climb." I want to tell you something right now. That's a fat fucking lie. Anyways, I made my way to the bell tower, and keep in mind, I did not have a gun at this point. Yes, I could have bought it from the merchant in town, but I didn't. I don't know why, I just didn't. Once I got there, I nabbed the grappling hook and climbed up. Yeah, no one guarding it my ass. These guys falling from the sky, goddamn. Anyways, I just ran past everybody and hijacked it. Afterwards, I listened to Amita yap and made the wise decision to, actually buy the gun. For my next mission, an old lady had me killing wolves, nothing too notable. Afterwards, I hit up my boy Longinus and Banapur got attacked. He gave me a free gun, which I threw away immediately. Once I made it there, I just cleared everybody out, nothing too challenging. I saved a child from a burning building, and all the townspeople just loved me after. I was the town hero. Oh, there's actually no one here. They all died, I guess. Well, unlike those pussies, I was still alive, and I headed to my next mission, which was saving hostages. This is where I ran into my first real problem, because you're not supposed to alert the guards, and I can't do stealth. So I just said, fuck it, shot a beehive, hit a nasty headshot on a guy, cleared out everybody, but I did lose 2 hostages, but they don't matter. Next, I had to clear out my first outpost. It is not hard, just shoot the lock on the elephant cage, and it'll just kill everyone. On to the next mission. You know that bad bitch tomboy gassing me up, talking about, you're the son of Mohan Gale, you're the son of this, you're the... Oh my fucking god. I don't even remember what I was gonna say. That fucking emergency test actually pissed me off. Anyways, for the split path mission, you know I chose Sabal. He had me doing tower defense against hunters, which are annoying as fuck, but they're nothing I can't handle. Once I fended off the attackers, I ran up the hill and cleared the rest out of their little encampment and completed the mission. I quickly hit a perk and then I went off to do my next task. I interrupted Sabal's bondage and he told me to piss off to a monastery, so I did. I won't bother you with the details, all you do is light candles. Oh, and you also get attacked. This part was actually pretty difficult just because there's so many guys and I can't really mow everybody down like I usually do. And they're lighting bombs at the same time, so you kind of have to watch out for everything. One thing I didn't watch out for was ammo, and I actually ran out after I missed my last shot on a guy who was sitting still. Anyways, after killing the last dude and finishing the thing, I went and spoke to Badra. She told me I had a family estate, but besides that, she just wanted to waste my goddamn time. So I decided to fly my way there, where I met my two least favorite characters in all of gaming. Yeah, I'm talking about Yogi and Reggie. Fucking Tweeter D and Tweeter Dumb. I hate these guys with like a passion. A straight passion. All the hate in my heart goes towards these guys. Like, I'd rather cut off my penis than speak to them. Luckily, the first quest they give you isn't so bad, but any other quest they want you to do, they fucking drug you, and the parts where you get high in this game are annoying as shit. So yeah, they drugged me. I woke up naked and tied up by two women with their tits out, and if you actually didn't know, that's how I usually start my mornings in real life. Sometimes it's dudes, but most of the time it's women like this. Anyways, I just thought I'd throw in a cool fun fact about myself. I got shoved into the arena. I also got an eye full of AJ's Winky, and then round one began. Hey, you might want to sit down for this part. No, you can't beat the game with the worst weapon. Because you need to kill everybody here. You need to win the arena. And, you can't get the Mark IV revolver at this part. Maybe you can. People can throw guns down from the crowd, but in order to have that happen, you have to kill people. So, yeah, this was hard for me. I was really sad to hear the news, and yeah, I had to take a couple days off work and really just think about life and all that. Yeah. Anyways, no matter how demoralizing it was, I'm still gonna complete the game. So I won the arena. Nora decided to tell me her family history. I didn't really care, so I just left. I had to meet up with Thing 1 and Thing 2 again. They told me about this, like, spiritual painting that used to be in the house. It has a name, I'm just not gonna butcher its pronunciation. But how unfortunate for me that it's in pieces and scattered everywhere that you have to go find, like a nice little scavenger hunt. However, you only have to do one and all the other ones are optional, which is a godsend because this questline sucks ass. In fact, I'm not even gonna bother you with what went on. All I'll say is, I didn't kill anybody. The tiger did for me. And if you got a problem with that, I really don't care. When I was done doing what I needed to do, I probably woke up in the worst way possible. So I had to get the fuck out of there, and I hit up my boy Longinus once again. He sent me to the Himalayas to kill dudes and find diamonds. Pretty nice, actually. Way better than what I just fucking went through with that spiritual bullshit. The only real trouble I had was with wolves. They were just really on my ass and annoying, but besides that, there isn't much to say about this part. Just go to all the shipment locations until you find the diamonds and then leave. For my next mission, Amita and Sabal are arguing once again. They're like an unhappy married couple. Obviously, I chose Sabal's side. He wanted me to go burn down a bunch of drugs, so I guess I got to. Now this part was really difficult, mainly just because there's a lot of guys coming after you at once. They had everything on me. They had snipers, infantry, armored infantry, shotgunners, guys with knives running at me. Not to mention they kept turning on the water to the fields and stopping the fire. After about 20 minutes, I only had like 90% of the stuff done. Now I did use a Molotov to finish off one of the fields. I don't know if you want to count that. I'm not, because it didn't kill anybody, but say whatever you want. I destroyed the last thing of drugs and finally finished this mission. Next up, I had to go and talk to Admita. She wanted me to protect these ancient statues, so I made my way there. I blew open the gate and there was a lot of guys here. Although I did have a grand strategy. Hide behind this rock and wait for everybody to come to me. And, of course, you know, it worked. Worked a little too well in my opinion. Anyways, I dealt with the snipers and reinforcements came. In all honesty, this wasn't that bad. I thought it'd be way more difficult than it actually was, but if you just keep the high ground, no one can really touch you. That is till a fucking helicopter came. Yeah, you cannot shoot this thing down with the revolver. I tried, I really did, but you have to use the RPG. Maybe you can shoot it down with the Mark IV, but I just couldn't do it. I tried for like 10 minutes and nothing happened. Nor ended up telling me that Paul's gonna go home, so let's go kidnap him. My first step is break into this warehouse and try to get into a slave truck. Just throw rocks, just distract people, and you'll get in. Now that I was in Paul's cool-ass party compound, I had the free slaves. And there's a problem with that. I can't alert anybody, and I can't use takedowns. The first thing I tried was just not killing the guard and freeing the hostage, but that didn't work. You have to kill him. So that's out of the question. The only way I was actually able to free the hostage was if the guard was already alerted, but he was most likely gonna see me. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so apparently if you kill the guard and free the hostage, you'll still get it? The hostage will still be free even though you failed? You know what? That's fine with me. So, yeah, I exploited that. I saved the last hostage and then I became one myself. Paul took the bag off my head, I stood up and I headbutted him square in the face. I picked up his body trying to ignore the fact that that actually really hurt and I might have a little tear in my eye from it. I hauled his fat ass to the car, no problem. I drove him back to the Golden Path where they let him off to be tortured. And of course the ball was following close behind because if there's a captured enemy, you know he's living out his S&M fantasies on them. But hey, I'm not here to kink shame, okay? I'm not here to judge, you know? Maybe I'm into that too. Maybe, you know what, if someone asked me, hey, you want to try out some BDSM? You know, maybe I would. Maybe I would. Got a little caught up there, my bad. For my next Golden Path mission, once again, it was choose your adventure, so I chose the ball. He wanted me to go into this tea factory and blow it up because drugs are in there, and drugs are bad. Yes, they are bad, believe it or not. All I needed to do was destroy the cables supporting the chimney, blow up the chimney, go inside, plant the charges, and then blow the whole thing up. Oh man, this will be so badass, just you watch. I destroyed the cables, I destroyed the chimney, I planted the explosives, and nothing happened. The charges went off, and that should have completed the mission, so I don't know, it's just a weird bug. I even reloaded my last checkpoint and still nothing. And I tried that about 10 times, nope, nothing. So I just said fuck it, and I restarted the entire mission from the beginning. Because, okay, maybe that'll fix it. And you know what? Maybe it will. Maybe it will. I'm back at the brick factory, and now I gotta do all this fucking shit again. Oh my god. Yep, of course it didn't work. No, man. Oh, I don't want to have to do this shit again. I guess I gotta do Amita's mission now. There's a reason I wasn't picking hers. It's because you get high in this mission. And I fucking hate getting high in Far Cry. It sucks major ass. Oh my god, guys, look. I beat it. I beat it. But let's pretend that was Suckball's mission and not Amita's. These two are arguing once again, and now I get to become an assassin! How exciting is that? One thing I found kind of funny is Nor's like one of Hagen's top guys, and this place has no guards. There's like nobody guarding it. Anybody could come in here and just fuck her shit up. Anyways, I confronted Nor, which was actually just aiming a gun at her until she noticed me. I told her her family died, and yeah, she didn't take that too well. I know in her mind she thought that was like some badass shit, fucking loser. Next up, a guy named Willis contacted me on the radio, and he made me go to an airport. I can already tell you right now, the airport's not possible. Why? Because you need to kill the snipers, but you can't alert anybody, so can't shoot my gun. I have to use takedowns or throwing knives. Once I killed them, Willis showed up. Now for this part, the game wants you to use the sniper, but you actually don't need to. You can just go down there and wipe everybody out. It's not hard, just don't let Willis die and you'll be good. And of course, fucking helicopter showed up. You can probably expect how that went. I did some Tom Cruise Mission Impossible shit, and finally freed my Willy. Willy then wanted me to go to the Himalayas to kill generals, and oh my god. I almost cried. I'm not even ashamed to admit that. I almost did. And the reason for that being, you kill a lieutenant and you loot his corpse, but then there's another one. And then you do it again and there's another one. There's like 8 of these guys. And on top of that, this is just what a taste of North Kirat is gonna be like. These guys have the same loadouts, and they're kicking my ass. I almost gave up. I almost did. Alright, anyways. This took me a good hour and a half to beat, but now that I rewatched this footage, it was probably because I was playing like I had my head in my ass. After I finally finished it, Willy took me straight back. It's the same deal as before, except this time they throw in a little twist. You have to kill him with a knife. How great is that? I get to fail my own challenge again. Afterwards, I did some sick-ass shit in a wingsuit, made my landing as graceful as a swan, met up with Willis, and... wow. Okay. What a dick. That ended up getting me captured, so, you know, thanks for that. Now, what I've learned in life is that there's always gonna be bad people, but even bad people have done good things. Now, what I'm trying to get at is there's always gonna be good within bad. There's always gonna be light within the darkness. And the light within this darkness? Well, it's sitting right in front of you. Yeah, you know it's Yuma. Like, come on, do I even need to explain myself? No, I don't. Unfortunately, though, we gotta escape the prison. I know, I wish I could stay too. All you need to do is build a grappling hook, avoid demons, and rappel down the mountain. There is a slave camp at the bottom of the mountain, but just sneak past everybody and blow open the gate. Now, I did kill 2 dogs doing so, but it was super avoidable. I kinda just threw a grenade in panic because I wasn't planning on the gate having a lock on it. I thought it was wide open and you could just run out. I ended up getting saved once again by, you know, plot armor. I talked to Amita and she said it's time to take the north. Based on what I went through in the Himalayas, I know this is gonna be awful. I know North Kirat's gonna bend me over and ram me. Oh my god. But first we were gonna need a fuel truck. For this part you're supposed to put C4, landmines, whatever your heart desires all over the road. But I had a better plan. And what was that plan? Ram my truck straight into the convoy, get out and do fuck all. I don't even know what I was trying to do here. It obviously didn't work because I ended up chasing the truck back to where it's supposed to go. After clearing everybody out, I took the truck to the bridge and blew it up. Now I just needed to kill everybody on the inside. It was such a pushover. Until the reinforcements from North Kirat showed up. Yeah, these guys, they mean business. The best strategy I had was peek over the side and shoot them, or wait till they come to me and shoot them. That plan worked way better than the last one, and now I have access to the north. I met up with some rebels and Pagan showed up and did some of his like dictator-y stuff, I guess you could call it. I don't fucking know. Anyways, I chased him with the helicopter and I accidentally killed him with the propellers. I didn't know you could do that until now. This is how I found out you could do that, so my bad. Oh, but it turns out that was just a body double, because that would have been a really shitty ending to this game if you just killed him like that. Afterwards, I had to go into the abandoned gold mines and, you know, look for Yuma. What can I say? And what I can say is this part is a pain in the fucking ass. Yeah, you're back in that demon world again. Although it's not as bad as the last mission that had it, but not by much. It's like going from getting punched in the balls with brass knuckles to bare-fisted. It sucks either way, and I'd just rather not do it. I'm also forced to use a bow in this part, so there goes the challenge again. At least there's always an upside. Oh, Yuma, my true love. Nothing can come between us now. Just take my gun. It's okay. It's alright. Yuma, what is this? Yuma? Yuma, no. Yuma, I'm not a bottom. Yuma, I'm not a bottom. I don't fly that way. I don't fly that way, Yuma. No. I can't believe something that big could have fit in me. I've never even seen one that big before. I don't even know how it got pulled out of me. And what I mean by that is this arrow I'm pulling out of my arm. Yeah, you thought I meant something else, didn't you? You dirty dog, you dirty bird. What a sick mind you have. I would never make a sex joke. That's just foul. Anyways, I fucked up the boss and turns out it's actually Yuma. Whoa, didn't see that one coming. With her dead, now it's time for my next thing to do. And that is securing a temple and disarming bombs, and also dying right away as soon as I step on shore. And I just want to say, this gun fucking sucks. It wasn't so bad in the first area because those guys didn't really have any armor. Well, these guys do, and this thing's like a pea shooter. It takes forever to kill them. You pretty much just need to hit headshots to take anybody down. And in this part, you have to fend off reinforcements in waves. It's awful, it takes forever. But I did manage to do it and complete the mission. And you want to know what I had to do right after that? The exact same thing. Yep, the next mission is the exact same thing of you fending off waves, except this one's a little bit easier than the other one. And now it's time for my favorite part of the game. Yeah, it's killing Amita. Oh my god, she has it coming. I hate her so much. Oh my god, she had to go. She really did. Now you might be wondering why I don't like Amita so much. It's just because she's a fucking asshole the entire game. Like, she actually needs to smoke a joint or something. She needs to chill out and not be a dick. Like, sure, she's got a whole war under her belt and like that stupid ass teenage kid, but like, Sabal has a whole war under his belt and he's not an asshole. He's a really nice guy. Like, I'd chill and have a beer with that guy. Now, I know Sabal does end up executing innocent civilians at the end of the game, but so does Amita, so that just kind of cancels each other out. Got a little sidetracked. Anyways, I blasted a hole in her chest. You're dead. Alright, no one's gonna remember you. Just die. End of story. And speaking of end of story, it is now the final mission in the game. And boy, does it feel like it. This is harder than anything I've done so far. There are so many guys. There is just so much you have to do. It's insane. I managed to get into the fortress and blow open the gate on my first try, but securing the courtyard, I don't even want to talk about it. It was brutal. I died maybe 3 or 4 times, which was actually way less than I thought I would. The main problem I was having was capturing the little objectives you have to do. It was just really difficult to defend with this weapon. That's the main thing. I was just getting really frustrated and pissed. But after capturing the armory and the other 2, I regrouped with the golden path. And for one final thing that this game has me doing, it's repel waves. This is the 3rd mission in a row where you're repelling waved attacks. Dude, oh my fucking god. Oh my god, I can't do this. And there's a helicopter as well. But yeah, that took forever to do. But my reward was blowing up a pagan statue. And you know what? It was worth it. But even better, I get to meet the man himself. He had quite a nice dinner laid out for us. And you know what? I respect a guy with good taste in food. So of course I let him live. In return, he took me to Lakshmana, which is the entire reason I'm even in Kirat. And as I watched him fly away, I felt something linger over me. And that was the end credits. Yeah, I'm glad this is fucking over. Oh my god, that took so long. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. If you've made it this far, it means a lot to me. If you've watched this entire thing, thank you. It really means a lot for someone to watch something I made all the way through. If you liked the video, then leave a like, maybe even subscribe. If you didn't, then leave a dislike. That's what it's there for. Leave a comment if you want. Maybe even give me a suggestion on what kind of video you want to see. I'm always open to new ideas. Always open for anything. Yeah.
Hello everyone, it's Spawn Point and we're kicking 2026 off with ROG's brand new 34-inch OLED gaming monitor, the PG34WCDN. It was literally only revealed at CES in Vegas today, and it's the world's first RGB QD OLED. It's also got 360Hz support, a 0.03 millisecond response time, and a new glossy black shield coating that we've not seen before. So we're going to get this unboxed and go over the new features and see what it's like for gaming on in 2026. I've also got the 32-inch version here, which I will show you later too. Any questions you've got, just drop those below. Otherwise, let's just jump straight in. So inside the box we have everything that we need to get up and running, including this pouch which contains a display port cable, an HDMI 2.1 cable, a couple of USB cables and a power cable. Then there's the warranty information, a pack of stickers and a microfiber cloth for keeping that screen nice and clean. Then as usual the stand comes in two parts, the main arm that clicks onto the back of the monitor like this, and the metal feet which simply attach to the bottom of the arm and screw into place. Okay, now design-wise, this kind of looks like every other ROG monitor that we've seen in recent years. So it's got this clean but gaming-focused rear design with a huge ROG logo which also doubles up as RGB lighting. Now you can either have this powered on with various different color options, or you can switch it off completely in the settings. Then we have the large chunky piece in the middle which houses all of the internals and the heatsink, as well as the option to either use the provided stand or you can mount it using the VESA adapter that clicks onto the back. Now although the main area in the middle is quite chunky, while the screen and the overall frame is still pretty thin, something that we have got used to seeing on pretty much every OLED that launches. Now we do still have the main chin with the red ROG logo at the front, but this can be powered off if you prefer the stealthy look instead, and around the back of this chin is where the menu and the navigation buttons are. As for the stand, we've got the metal feet again, which if I'm being honest, I much prefer the stand on the XG range, as that's got a nice flat metal base instead. But movement is still great with full adjustments as you would expect, including tilt, pivot, rotate and height. But that's enough about the design, let's talk about the screen. So to test this thing out, we're going to be using this on my PC, which is rocking an RTX 5080, 64GB of RAM and an i9 14900K. I will of course show you some PS5 Pro gameplay later, as you might be interested in seeing how it looks. But first up, ROG have gone for a QD OLED in their 2026 PG range. And that means we're not only getting those inky black levels with an improved true black rating of 500, but we're getting a very, very bright screen, because it is now hitting around 1300 nits peak brightness, and that is up 30% from the 1000 nits that they had before. This is actually ridiculously bright. No one can argue that OLEDs are dim when you've got a screen as bright as this. And we're also getting a first this year, which is an RGB stripe pixel OLED. Now this is how we get the improved colors and more accurate colors, because it's using an RGB subpixel layout, which is something that we often have on LCD screens. I mean, QD OLEDs already looks great already when compared to WOLEDs, but this thing looks really impressive. And then we have the inky black level, so because of the nice glossy screen coating, we are getting nice deep blacks and contrast levels that we all love to see on OLEDs. However, don't forget this is a QD OLED and not a WOLED panel, and this is where some users might experience raised blacks in well-lit rooms. You know, those purple or grey-like blacks that show up when you shine a light onto the screen. Well, something else that's new on the 2026 model is it now comes with Black Shield film, which is essentially a new screen coating this year. And it's supposed to do two things. It makes the screen 2.5 times less scratch resistant, although to be honest, I don't think I've ever scratched a monitor or TV before. Just use the microfiber cloth that ROG have provided and some water to clean it. But secondly, and more importantly, it actually improves the perceived black levels by up to 40% in well-lit rooms. And I think this is awesome. So here I'm shining my light onto the screen, and as you can see, it's still got a very clearly nice glossy coating, but the black levels aren't affected in the same way a normal QD OLED responds to this test. It's slightly raised, but it is a massive improvement. And you might have noticed this already, that although this is a 34-inch ultra-wide monitor, it's also a curved screen. But fortunately, it's not an 800R curve like we had on the older model, because they've gone for a slightly flatter and less aggressive 1800R curve this time, which you should be able to see quite clearly as I'm moving it around. Now this for me is the best curve that you could ask for at a screen of this size, because it gives you enough screen real estate without distorting the image. But what's it like for gaming? Well, firstly, the 1800R curve is perfect at this size, and as it's an ultra-wide, this is definitely more catered towards PC gaming, as you're not only getting a 3440 by 1440p resolution, but you're also getting up to 360Hz support, something you cannot get on consoles. So around the back it comes with two HDMI 2.1 ports, a DisplayPort 2.1 which offers the full 80 gigabits per second bandwidth, and there's also a 90 watt USB-C port, so it's perfect for hooking up your PC via either HDMI or DisplayPort, as well as your PS5, Xbox or a laptop via USB-C. Okay, but then jumping into story games like Cyberpunk or God of War always looks incredible on an ultra-wide. But yeah, this just looks awesome. And you can really see how the colours pop with it being a QD OLED. And the fact it's got a DCI P3 colour gamma of 99%, as well as true 10-bit, is not only great for gaming, but it's also great for photo and video editing too. And as you would expect, HDR is supported too, where you're getting HDR10 in content that supports it. Now, I do usually run my movies and TV shows with HDR on, pretty much all of the time, but when it comes to games, it does vary from game to game. Some look better with HDR and the improved contrast, but sometimes HDR just doesn't work for me. We've also already talked about the black levels and the contrast, but with that black shield film, this is definitely making a difference this year, even more than I was expecting. And it's also worth mentioning that another monitor launching this year is the PG32UCDM3, which also has the same black shield film. Now, I have got my hands on this one early, so again, I can show you how good it looks here, but I've not decided yet if I'm going to do a dedicated review on this one, but here it is anyway. But don't forget that the 34-inch also has a 360Hz refresh rate too, which is up from the previous 240Hz that you had last time. So if you're someone who chases high FPS figures while you're playing your FPS games like Valorant, Fortnite or the finals, this is where the refresh rate boost makes a huge difference. Bundle that with the 1440p resolution, VRR and a 0.03 millisecond response time, and this is a beast of a screen to have sitting on your desk. Motion is good too, but then you kind of expect that now from an OLED with a response time and a refresh rate like this. And then because of that RGB sub-pixel layout that I mentioned earlier, the motion is slightly cleaner than a traditional OLED screen. So it doesn't really matter whether you're running or driving around, because the only screen tearing or stuttering you're going to see is from your GPU and not because of the screen at this point. Now let's be honest, most of you will probably grab a monitor like this to use for both gaming and work, as opposed to having two different monitors or two different setups. And since I switched to an ultra-wide on my work setup a few years ago, I just couldn't go back. But because of that RGB sub-pixel arrangement, it's also massively helping with text. So text is now sharper and has clearer edges than the previous gen QD OLEDs. I'm trying to focus on the text here to show you how good it looks, but I'm not seeing any colour fringing at all. It's also got auto KVM, something that's often talked about in the comments. So it means when you connect a mouse or keyboard directly to the monitor, you can control and swap between different sources like a laptop and PC. And a quick look around at the menus, because not much has really changed if you're familiar with the ROG UI. So tapping the menu button on the back of the chin gives us this pop-up overlay where you can view the current resolution, jump into the settings and change things like the brightness, contrast, profiles and HDR settings. You can also enable things like the FPS counter, on-screen timer and stopwatch. There's even a crosshair that you can embed onto your screen for those FPS sessions. Then there's the OLED Care Protection, which gives you settings like screensaver modes and pixel cleaning, and it also comes with OLED Care Pro, which is a 3-year warranty for peace of mind, along with their Neo proximity sensor. Now this means when you step away from your desk for a certain amount of time, the screen will dim or switch off to reduce power and protect the panel. Then once you walk back to the screen, it will switch back on. But there's also another new cool feature this year, which means you can save, export and import display settings using the Display Widget Center. So if you find a guide or settings online that you like the look of, you can import those straight into the monitor without manually tweaking the settings yourself. Now at the time of making this video, the price hasn't yet been announced, but if you click the link below, it should hopefully give you the price now as well as the expected dates for pre-order and shipping. Now of course this monitor was loaned to me for review, it is a review unit, so I'm not sure how much it's going to cost. Otherwise, that was a quick look at ROG's first gaming monitor in 2026. Anyone on the lookout for a 34-inch ultra-wide this year, because this could be the one. And the fact that it's a QD OLED with the added benefit of that new black shield film means we're getting decent blacks as well as a bright and colourful panel. Now drop a nice 2026 OLED in the comments and I'll give you a thumbs up for staying right till the end. And if you enjoyed today's video, check out this one next. Well, thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe and follow me
things are out of the way.
The manuscript must be further in. You have to push on.
Today is gonna be my first time trying out IEMs, so let's see how this goes. Ever since I've had my first PC, I've always been a headphone user. I've started from the cheap gaming headsets which cost me 15 bucks. I slowly upgraded to HyperX headsets which were around $60 to $100, and now I'm currently rocking the G Pro X Wireless which sets me back $300. Now over the past 2 to 3 years, I've been keeping up with the CS competitive scene, and I've been watching all the CS majors, Onipixel of course, and you know, one thing always catches my eyes. Pros always use IEMs, so I thought, why not? You know, I decided to try out IEMs for the first time and document my experience trying them out. Of course, the part I'm most excited about is gaming with them. Counter-Strike, obviously. I play Counter-Strike nearly every single day, and I'm really intrigued if this will somewhat improve my experience, or maybe a little bit of a skill level in the game. And before we get started, I do want to preface this, a disclaimer: I am not an audiophile. I have no knowledge as to like the audio world or any sort of audio details. I am just a regular consumer, so just think of it as documenting my experience and sharing my experience as a regular consumer trying out IEMs. Anyway, another reason I decided to do this is also because KZ, an IEM brand, actually reached out asking if I want to review their IEMs. But of course I said not really, because I have no experience and I don't think I am qualified to review IEMs. So I told them instead, just let me try out your IEMs on video and I'll showcase it. So I got them to send over 4 different IEMs. I believe they all have their own unique points and features, so here are the 4. I have first of all the KZ Sagas, second of all the KZ ZS10 Pro 2s, the Vader Pros, and the AM16. So let's get these unboxed. Now, first impressions based on looks itself, I love the finish on all of them. It's like PVD on custom keyboards. We have like this sort of a mirror chrome finish to it, and there's actually a decent amount of weight to them, and they just give it so much more of a premium feel. There isn't anything crazy to set up. Every IEM came with the same cable and different sized rubber tips. So yeah, I just played around and tried all of them over 1 week, listening to music, watching videos, playing games, be it Counter-Strike or just random games. And here's what I learned or experienced during the past week. And also, to preface this again, I am not an audiophile. It's literally been a week, so yeah. Let's start with the ZS10 Pro 2s. It's kind of the all-rounder of the whole bunch that I have, and it has this cool open back look to it, but it's still a closed IEM. Build-wise, it feels really solid in the hand. There isn't any weird pressure points when you're wearing it in a ear, no sharp edges whatsoever. Now, sound-wise, I think it leans towards a brighter and energetic tone, but not exactly in a very harsh way. The bass isn't very boomy, it's very tight and controlled, still very satisfying, and the vocals come through really clearly. My favorite thing about the ZS10 Pro 2s are the dip switches at the side. You basically can tweak the sound, you can add more bass, smooth out the highs. It's nice to have, especially if you're figuring out what you like, which is me. For around 40 bucks, I don't think it's overly pricey. I don't think it's exactly budget either, but if it's all balanced and it also provides for adjustable switches to tune sound, I feel like it's a pretty nice IEM to have to start with. Next up are the AM16s. These are all BA. BA as in balanced armatures. I have no idea how to pronounce armature. A-R-M-A-T-U-R-E, armature. I don't know. And I know that sounds technical, but basically it's a bunch of tiny components that focus on clarity and speed. Most IEMs use dynamic drivers for more bass, but since this is all about the BA, it's less bass but all about clarity. It's got a pretty bold V-shaped sound, meaning strong bass and bright treble. Now in terms of its build, it's a bit on the chunkier side, but when it's in your ear, it doesn't feel too heavy, but it's definitely not my preference in terms of how big it is. In general, the experience with these just feel a lot more energetic, in your face kind of a sound. It's just very dead. Next is the Vader Pros. These use 3 dynamic drivers per side, which usually means more warm, more natural sound, which is exactly what you get. The sound is balanced and clean with really nice clarity, the treble isn't too sharp, and the vocals sound very natural. The bass is present, of course, but it's not too overwhelming. And it also has tuning switches, which lets you play around with adjusting the sound to whatever you like. But in terms of the build, this feel a little chunkier and heavier to the ZS10 Pro 2s, which is why I personally still do prefer that. But in terms of the balanced and tuning, it's somewhat similar, I would say. Now, last but not least, these are the ones I have used the most. These are the KZ Sagas, and they have the strongest bass. It's got that classic V-shaped sound with full thumpy bass and a slightly boosted treble. In terms of its build, it's got a nice metal faceplate and it feels lightweight but durable. And my favorite thing about it is that it's small, so it's really comfortable in my ear, especially for personal preference at least, which is why this makes it the most used throughout the past week. It doesn't have any switches or fancy tuning stuff, but for 20 bucks, I feel like it's the one that I would use. So after all that, there are two main IEMs that I have went back to constant, which is the KZ Sagas and the ZS10 Pro 2s. The Sagas mainly due to the comfort, and the price point is really fair. The ZS10 Pro 2s I really love because of the tuning switches and how clean you can get it. Now, would I use these on a day-to-day basis? Maybe. The sound quality and sound isolation is definitely the biggest upside to IEMs, especially if you're gaming. The amount of clarity and detail you get is unmatched if you're comparing it to a headset. But in terms of comfort, I definitely still do prefer my own headset. The portability of having a wireless headset and the comfort is unbeatable. It might also be I'm just not used to IEMs in my ear throughout the whole day, so it's more of a personal thing. Now, with the sound isolation that IEM provides, there is also a downside to it, which is the occlusion effect. Basically, it's like hearing yourself talk. Just imagine yourself plugging your ears with your fingers and talking. You can hear yourself really clearly, right? So basically that's what it sounds like if you're gaming and talking to your friends over Discord and you have IEMs on. The occlusion effect is really strong, and because I'm not used to it, it feels like it's there. But overall, everything has its pros and cons, so one thing for sure is that whenever I'm gaming, especially on Counter-Strike, I will be using IEMs. So this has been my first experience with IEMs, and it's honestly pretty fun and interesting to try out something different aside from custom keyboards. Now, KZ did send these over, but they did not pay me in any sort of a way to say that the IEMs are good whatsoever. In return for the IEMs they sent me, I just told them that I would be doing a full video on it and I'll be just documenting my thoughts after trying out all the different IEMs. So that's all. So if you're interested, I'll have everything linked down below. Like this video if you enjoyed this video and comment your thoughts on the video itself. Give me some feedback as to my opinions and maybe some recommendations as to other brands I could try out. So aside from that, subscribe if you enjoy my content, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
I started retro game collecting in 2025. Yes, I know the market is absolutely terrible and it is probably the worst time to get into this hobby, but that's exactly what I did. But it is better late than never to get started in this hobby, right? I made some rules for myself for this collection journey. Number 1, CIB or near complete games only. Now this rule does not apply to Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance games. Those can be loose. Number 2, stick to a select few consoles for now. Number 3, make sure to make time to play games in the collection each week. This was a very important rule to me. Now with these rules, I also made some goals for myself throughout the year. Now these goals may extend past the 2025 year, but it's always fun working towards a great goal. Number 1, get all of the first party Nintendo GameCube games minus Pokemon Box. I'm not sure if I want to take on that price tag yet. Number 2, collect all the handheld Pokemon games from Game Boy all the way up to DS. I played the first 2 generation Pokemon games growing up, so I wanted to relive those memories, but also play some generations I'd never actually played before. My last goal on this list was to collect cartoon related games from Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon and other networks I enjoyed growing up watching. I find enjoyment in cartoon related games, and usually they come in a cheaper price point than other games. Now, one of the first things I wanted to get in my collection when I started collecting was the original GameCube. Before I started collecting, I was watching a ton of videos about the GameCube, and I kind of fell in love with the GameCube even before I owned it again.
Nintendo GameCube.
So I went the eBay route and I did get a Indigo GameCube as well as a Simpsons Hit and Run. With Simpsons Hit and Run being the first game in the collection at the time, I played a lot of it. I really enjoy the GTA style of gameplay. Also, I really enjoy The Simpsons. I actually have a Simpsons tattoo. So it was really awesome to play through that, and I haven't played that probably since it came out. Now that I have the GameCube back in my possession, I really wanted to focus on getting some first-party launch titles that came out for the GameCube, like Luigi's Mansion and Wave Race. The attachment I got to the eerie but cozy ghost adventure of Luigi's Mansion was completely unreal. I can't really say the same for Wave Race. I don't know if I am terrible at Wave Race or if it's just not as good as I remember it, but I definitely enjoyed playing Luigi's Mansion way more than I did Wave Race, so there's that. With the goal of wanting to collect first-party Nintendo games for the GameCube, I wanted to branch out from something I may not normally pick out, which would be like a Metroid Prime and the Animal Crossing series. Now, I haven't really started the Metroid Prime games, but boy, did I play a lot of Animal Crossing.
Here is the true story.
Of 4 friends picked to live in a video game.
And find out what happens when they stop being themselves.
And start being someone else.
Animal Crossing for Nintendo GameCube.
The simple but relaxing game style of this game that I really never gave a chance in the past, I found myself popping it in every single Sunday and playing the entire day. From talking to townspeople to fishing to building my collection within the museum, I really dug deep into this game and I was falling in love with this game, and I'm glad I didn't pass it up this go around and I actually gave it a fair chance because it's become one of my favorite games of all time. One thing I bought this year that actually was not planned was the Game Boy player for the GameCube. I've never had this accessory growing up or even in the past collections, but I found myself really enjoying it, and it's almost my preferred way of playing Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games. And of course, buying the Game Boy player made me want to buy more Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games. And what's a better way of doing it than looking back at the goal and wanting to get some of the first generation Pokemon games that I had as a child. I went to my local retro video game store and I actually picked up Red and Silver, and I haven't had these games since I was a kid, so it was really nice to add these back to my collection and start playing them again. Another thing that was not planned for this year is how much I got into the Nintendo DS. While looking for Pokemon DS games, I realized how much DS I really never played growing up. Games like New Super Mario Bros. And the Mystery Dungeon series and the N64 remakes like Super Mario 64 DS or Diddy Kong Racing DS. I didn't think I was going to be into so many games that use the touch controls or the microphone feature, but I was really getting into them. The original DS is really growing on to me about being a contender as being one of my favorite consoles. Now, as the year was going on and my collection was growing game by game, I did want to make sure I remembered the goals I had and was working towards them. One of the goals was cartoon-related games. Something a little less serious, usually more cheaper, and a lot of fun in my opinion. I find myself gravitating towards cartoon games because it really does bring me back to being a kid and watching these shows for the first time for new episodes on TV. Now, I really wanted to get Cartoon Network games and Nickelodeon games that made it to a gaming platform. And I was actually able to add a good amount of games that fit this genre. I picked up Ed, Edd and Eddy and Kids Next Door for the GameCube. I got Cartoon Network Racing and Family Guy on the PS2. Even handhelds got the attention, like Fairly Odd Parents and SpongeBob on GBA. Even Adventure Time on DS. Are these games the greatest games of all time? They're far from it, but they make me happy, and I like popping in a game for a show that I used to watch, and it kind of makes me feel like I'm a kid again after school. I'm going to continue buying these games because 1, I find enjoyment in them, but 2, sometimes you can find some really good games that you may not give a chance to, like Ice Age 2 from the GameCube. It's actually really good. Now, I know I didn't talk about every single game that I picked up this year, but we are reaching over 120 games in 2025, and that's pretty freaking awesome. Yes, I know this is not the biggest and craziest collection you've ever seen on the internet, but it's realistic. I'm just a normal guy with a normal job, and I like playing retro games in my free time. So yeah, 2025 ended up being the year I truly fell back in love with the retro gaming. Not just the games themselves, but the memories, the stories, the feeling of excitement every time I found something new for the collection. The late night playing Animal Crossing, reliving Pokemon battles I had as a kid, or booting up some random cartoon games just for the laughs. It brought me back. And honestly, that's what the whole journey is about. Not chasing the rarest finds or building the biggest shelf of games, but rediscovering the joy that came from holding that controller and getting lost into another world. Here's to more games, more memories, more late night nostalgia in the years to come. If you ever thought about getting back into collecting, maybe this is your sign to start. Thanks for watching. I'm Cameron, and this is Retro Carnage. I started retro game collecting in 2025. Yes, I know the market is absolutely terrible and is probably the worst time to get into this hobby, but that's exactly what I did. But it is better late than never to get started in this hobby, right? I made some rules for myself for this collection journey. Number 1, CIB or near complete games only. Now this rule does not apply to Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance games. Those can be loose. Number 2, stick to a select few consoles for now. Number 3, make sure to make time to play games in the collection each week. This was a very important rule to me. Now with these rules, I also made some goals for myself throughout the year. Now these goals may extend past the 2025 year, but it's always fun working towards a great goal. Number 1, get all of the first party Nintendo GameCube games minus Pokemon Box. I'm not sure if I want to take on that price tag yet. Number 2, collect all the handheld Pokemon games from Game Boy all the way up to DS. I played the first 2 generation Pokemon games growing up, so I wanted to relive those memories, but also play some generations I'd never actually played before. My last goal on this list was to collect cartoon related games from Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon and other networks I enjoyed growing up watching. I find enjoyment in cartoon related games, and usually they come in a cheaper price point than other games. Now, one of the first things I wanted to get in my collection when I started collecting was the original GameCube. Before I started collecting, I was watching a ton of videos about the GameCube, and I kind of fell in love with the GameCube even before I owned it again.
Nintendo GameCube.
So I went the eBay route and I did get a Indigo GameCube as well as a Simpsons Hit and Run. With Simpsons Hit and Run being the first game in the collection at the time, I played a lot of it. I really enjoy the GTA style of gameplay. Also, I really enjoy The Simpsons. I actually have a Simpsons tattoo. So it was really awesome to play through that, and I haven't played that probably since it came out. Now that I have the GameCube back in my possession, I really wanted to focus on getting some first-party launch titles that came out for the GameCube, like Luigi's Mansion and Wave Race. The attachment I got to the eerie but cozy ghost adventure of Luigi's Mansion was completely unreal. I can't really say the same for Wave Race. I don't know if I am terrible at Wave Race or if it's just not as good as I remember it, but I definitely enjoyed playing Luigi's Mansion way more than I did Wave Race, so there's that. With the goal of wanting to collect first-party Nintendo games for the GameCube, I wanted to branch out from something I may not normally pick out, which would be like a Metroid Prime and the Animal Crossing series. Now, I haven't really started the Metroid Prime games, but boy, did I play a lot of Animal Crossing.
Here is the true story.
Of 4 friends picked to live in a video game.
And find out what happens when they stop being themselves.
And start being someone else.
Animal Crossing for Nintendo GameCube.
The simple but relaxing game style of this game that I really never gave a chance in the past, I found myself popping it in every single Sunday and playing the entire day. From talking to townspeople, to fishing, to building my collection within the museum, I really dug deep into this game and I was falling in love with this game, and I'm glad I didn't pass it up this go around and I actually gave it a fair chance because it's become one of my favorite games of all time. One thing I bought this year that actually was not planned was the Game Boy player for the GameCube. I've never had this accessory growing up or even in the past collections, but I found myself really enjoying it, and it's almost my preferred way of playing Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games. And of course, buying the Game Boy player made me want to buy more Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games. And what's a better way of doing it than looking back at the goal and wanting to get some of the first generation Pokemon games that I had as a child. I went to my local retro video game store and I actually picked up Red and Silver, and I haven't had these games since I was a kid, so it was really nice to add these back to my collection and start playing them again. Another thing that was not planned for this year is how much I got into Nintendo DS. While looking for Pokemon DS games, I realized how much DS I really never played growing up. Games like New Super Mario Brothers and the Mystery Dungeon series and the N64 remakes like Super Mario 64 DS or Diddy Kong Racing DS. I I didn't think I was going to be into so many games that use the touch controls or the microphone feature, but I was really getting into it. The original DS is really growing on to me about being a contender as being one of my favorite consoles. Now, as the year was going on and my collection was growing game by game, I did want to make sure I remembered the goals I had and was working towards them. One of the goals was cartoon-related games. Something a little less serious, usually more cheaper, and a lot of fun in my opinion. I find myself gravitating towards cartoon games because it really does bring me back to being a kid and watching these shows for the first time for new episodes on TV. Now, I really wanted to get Cartoon Network games and Nickelodeon games that made it to a gaming platform. And I was actually able to add a good amount of games that fit this genre. I picked up Ed, Edd and Eddy and Kids Next Door for the GameCube. I got Cartoon Network Racing and Family Guy on the PS2. Even handhelds got the attention, like Fairly Odd Parents and SpongeBob on GBA. Even Adventure Time on DS. Are these games the greatest games of all time? They're far from it, but they made me happy, and I like popping in a game for a show that I used to watch, and it kind of makes me feel like I'm a kid again after school. I'm going to continue buying these games because, one, I find enjoyment in them, but two, sometimes you can find some really good games that you may not give a chance to, like Ice Age 2 from the GameCube. It's actually really good. Now, I know I didn't talk about every single game that I picked up this year, but we are reaching over 120 games in 2025, and that's pretty freaking awesome. Yes, I know this is not the biggest and craziest collection you've ever seen on the internet, but it's realistic. I'm just a normal guy with a normal job, and I like playing retro games in my free time. So yeah, 2025 ended up being the year I truly fell back in love with the retro gaming. Not just the games themselves, but the memories, the stories, the feeling of excitement every time I found something new for the collection. The late night playing Animal Crossing, reliving Pokemon battles I had as a kid, or booting up some random cartoon games just for the laughs. It brought me back. And honestly, that's what the whole journey is about. Not chasing the rarest finds or building the biggest shelf of games, but rediscovering the joy that came from holding that controller and getting lost into another world. Here's to more games, more memories, more late night nostalgia in the years to come. If you ever thought about getting back into collecting, maybe this is your sign to start. Thanks for watching. I'm Cameron, and this is Retro Carnage.
Yo, what's up guys? Chase the Bro here, and welcome back to another Elden Ring DLC build video. Today I am a wizard, but not just any wizard, the ultimate combo wizard. Recently I've been testing out different sorcery combos as you guys have seen in past videos, and I thought I'd throw all the ones that I enjoy onto one build. So starting off, we have the spinning weapon into Carrion Piercer. This is an amazing roll catch, absolutely one-shots everyone that's been hit by it on my builds. I also have Carrion Greatsword into Carrion Piercer. An amazing true combo, does ridiculous damage, can one-shot on the right setup, especially if you're using the magic physic. Gravitational Missile is my favorite get-off-me switch, but it also knocks the enemy down, which allows you to set up perfectly into a fully charged Blade of Stone to pressure them, and if they get stunned by that, you can attack with a Comet into it. Miriam's Vanishing has a ton of different uses, but I find it very effective with the Gavel of Haima because it does have hyper armor, so you can actually teleport towards the enemy. They're going to be confused as to where you are for a second, and then you have a splash damage on the hammer attack. Another great long-range combo is the Magic Glint Blade fully charged into the Glint Blade Trio fully charged. They time perfectly so that the Magic Glint Blade can combo into the trio. Does amazing damage when all connect. Overall, great spell variety, so many different combo potentials and mix-ups. I feel like this is going to be my favorite sorcery build to run. As for the stats, 80 intelligence with the 40 dex to hit the max cast speed with the Radigan icon, and the rest allocated between health, mind, and endurance. As for the armor, this is mostly just fashion. I love the way the leather armor looks. Your defense is low though, but you have light load, so you do roll further as a bonus. The talisman choice is definitely important. You need both the Engraven School and Engraven Mass talisman to maximize your sorceries. I have the Radigan icon for the cast speed enhancement, and then we have the Godfrey icon because I do have a lot of charged spells like Gravitational Missile, Comet, Blades of Stone. You want to maximize their damage, so I like to use that. That really covers everything there is to say about the build. I hope you guys enjoy the invasions. The bridge. Ooh, I see at least 2, maybe 3 over there actually. I'm definitely seeing 3 now. Hello there, guys. One of you is a Radon. I can see that. And a Blasphemous Billy in all your glory. Okay, okay. Let's get some defense going. That shouldn't reach. We got some regen. All right, let me set up as well then. What do we want to go for here? Comet. Billy wants some heat. Oh, Billy, you got saved by your jump, actually. Can't lie to you. Get knocked back, Billy. Oh, so we got a caster. I gotta catch the caster off guard then. It'll be fun. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Just for you, man. Don't jump again, please. Take the combo. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful. Keep those flies away from me. I'm not a fan of flies. They're very rude and inconsiderate, really, when you think about it. Hi, guys. Hello. I didn't think he'd just swing again. He got up and he swung at me. He was angry. I don't think I have enough left for the combo, so we're gonna get some FP back here. Some Sacred Blade action, I like it. What if I did all 3 of these? Why the flies, man? Why the flies gotta exist? Hey, man. Oh, that was so close. Sir, I'll start doing Star Shower at you. I will do it. That's gotta hurt. Oh. What are we doing here? Dying? The flies, I'm after you. Comet, 2 for 1. Oh, I wanted to like kind of skewer them together. That one's for you, that one's for you? No? Okay, I tried. Didn't work out well. Comet! Oh! Need more FP again. Jump attack maybe? No. I want to hit the back line here. But I'll get him, I guess, with that. Bonk stick coming your way. Beautiful finish right into the bonk. Alright, now just me and you, man. What about this? Into this. Well, it stuns you. Okay. You actually escaped it. Great sword. Oh, you're done. Unfortunately, man. That combo is so strong. I love the range on the great sword as well. I feel like it just encompasses areas like this so well. Well, hello there, Nightshade. Oh, we got a team of 3 though. That's pretty cool. What do we want to open with? Got Bleed. Alright, this terrain is interesting. It would be hilarious for me to get a gravity kill though, I have to say. I would like to push for that. Can I duck that? Nice attempt at a throw though. This is for you. This is also for you. I think the area is going to be bad for... Never mind. That worked well. That still tracked well. Beautiful, beautiful. I'll take it. All right, so what are we doing now, boys? What's the plan? How you feeling? Would one of you like to get twirled on? I'm always down for a good twirling. All right, sir. Lightning, huh? I gotta watch out for the caster. They're kind of both casters. I'm also a caster, obviously. You're a wizard, you know? Oh, you're one shot though. I don't want to kill you. Oh, you stopped it from being a combo. No. What a brave host, honestly. I mean, I could kill him, but that's not as fun. Although if you're just throwing lightning, I'm gonna have no choice. So, be warned, Mr. Host. I can't just allow you to do what you wish. This could be good. Pretty bad for you, though, I think. I don't think you noticed that this is gonna track and roll catch you. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh, you're alive. Didn't think you'd be alive. Oh, God. Oh! Okay! A warrior! Swinging on 1 HP. I never expect that. I really should, though. Alright, host, I've made it to you. I know you're really hoping on that sign appearing, but you're gonna have to fight me instead. Which is, you know, probably fine, right? You don't have to fear me that bad. Oh, you know what? You got some good length on you there. Running heavy, maybe? I want to hit you with the beautiful combo. Whoop. Can I go into this? Yes. Unfortunately, that is so much damage. I'll give you the bow, Mr. Host. Well, hello there, boys. I see what looks like... Not the Radon swords, actually. Hello there. How's it going? Wanna play catch? Let's see how well you dodge. Oh, good dodge. I'm gonna run down there and meet you, though. I think I can jump down here first. Yeah. We all meet in the middle. It's beautiful. Alright, let's go. What's the plan here? You have weapons, right? Oh, I'm twirly. Look at my twirliness. I think you might survive because I don't have the multi-hit on. No, you will not. Wow. Not even optimized for that. Still one shot, though. Oh, that means you're definitely dying to this. Oh my god. Why is it so good, dude? It's so good. I saw his iframes. Oh, that's so fun. Well, hello there, fellow wizard. What's going on here? What do we want to begin with? You guys look like you'd enjoy a little bit of this and a little bit of this. That might hit me, maybe? Nope, we're hit. Right in time, by the way. I've kind of isolated, though. Teammate, come help him, please. I don't want to kill him first. I'm going to pretend to chase him. Bonk! I didn't want to hit him. That was actually meant for you. I am so sorry, man. You would have died as well, though. This build is terrifying. I definitely remember the Wingdom Catacombs. Pretty small area, but pretty cool battleground down here. What do we want to enter with? It'd be pretty funny to teleport and bonk them if they're aware of me. I don't think they are aware of me, though. That's the funny part. Hey, man, how's it going? Would you like to get comboed? Oh, not fast enough on that reaction time, sorry. Wait. Oh, the host is up top. Oh no, I need that to come down. Oh my god, epic battleground, let's go. I'm ready. Put me in. Wait, why is it not raising for me? I'll have to hide here and wait for the host to win his battle with the knight, I guess. Aha! My trap! Oh, it doesn't explode up here, that's right. One. We're both getting hit by all this. I'll tank it. You're gonna get hit by my wizardry, though. Oh! Okay, this is actually hurting. Jeez. Oh my god. I wonder why it didn't raise up when I stood on it. Well, hello there, Ghost Trinity. How's it going? Oh my god, Ruined Greatsword. I don't know why I don't see that more. It is beautiful. Hello there. How's it going? I'm gonna give you guys the Dark Souls 3 treatment. How are you running into a place right now? I see I'm rolling for my life. Whoa, what is happening? I am not going in there without the utmost protection. What just happened? My man is just, whoa, I'm fighting the real Goku. This is the ultimate challenge. Okay, true combos won't matter here at all, dude. Like, what am I gonna do? That's just big AoE. That's the plan. Yep, big AoE. There's no other way. These will finish him, probably. Maybe, yep. Oh my god. That is the worst connection I've seen on PlayStation ever. That is wild. I was fighting a real wizard. Oh, the Poison Ballarat area. Interesting. I don't fight here much. Hello there. How's it going, Remy? What's this? We got...
What's up, guys? Uncasual Gamer here, and today we are looking at 5 Xbox 360 games that you should consider picking up right now. So with the explosion of the Xbox 360 market in recent times, I think that all these 5 games are going to shoot up massively in price and or get much rarer too. So yeah, let's get straight into it. So just a bit of background first of all. As you'll be aware, Xbox 360 games have been kind of going through the roof recently. That's with a store closing at the end of July this year. We've seen collectors start grabbing them, start building their collection. People like myself who grew up with the 360 and now at a bit of an older age and we can afford to invest back into some of the games that we loved growing up. I've got about 250 games at the moment in my 360 collection. It's my favourite system of all time, and obviously there's no science behind these, or there's not much science behind these, so these are kind of just 5 games that I've picked out. I'll explain why I think they're going to go up. There is some reasoning, some method to the madness, and then obviously it's up to you whether you go out and purchase them. And also just to mention that I'm going to be focusing more on the collecting side of things. So although I have played 2 of these games, the other 3 I got quite recently, I've not had time to play them yet. In this video we're going to be talking more about monetary value, how they look at the shelf, collector point of view rather than playability. I'll mention maybe some of the review scores, if they did well, if they were considered a good game or a bad game, but we're not going to be jumping into gameplay videos, so yeah, just to caveat that before the start. So yeah, let's get into number 1. So number 1 is Leisure Suit Larry Box Office Bust. Now this game came out in 2009, so really in the middle of the 360 lifespan. It heavily bombed in terms of critics and reviews. It did really bad. It got like a 2 out of 10 I think on things like IGN and GameSpot, etc. It's currently £4 in CX, this one. So it's a game that you don't really see often. It's a bit of an unusual title. I really never heard of it. I think it is part of a wider series, so correct me if I'm wrong. I think this was one of the latter ones. So this was like £1 in CX a few months ago. It's now up to £4. Now, there only are 7 in stock across the country at the moment. So I think this is going to easily get up to, I think in the near future it's going to be £8, £10 probably in the next couple of months, and I can see it going even higher. It sold 160,000 copies like worldwide, which is, obviously like absolutely terrible. So there's not many of it around, there's not many online at the moment. And yeah, it just looks good on the shelf. It's got the nice purple spine. So it does stand out if you're a collector and you've got on display like myself. It's a good one to have. But yeah, I think this is going to be a £10 game in the next year. So game number 2 is Digimon All-Star Rumble on the Xbox 360. Believe it or not, this is a Digimon game, but it only sold 100,000 copies worldwide. And that's because this came out in 2014, which was actually like past the end of the life cycle almost for the 360. The Xbox One was out at this point, so the 360 variant did not sell well at all, understandably. Massive name Digimon, obviously the cover art looks great if you're into that kind of thing. I think it's the only Digimon game on Generation 7 consoles as well. I picked this up for £10 at the start of the year, I think in January at CEX. CEX have now got it for £20. I was lucky enough to get it complete as well, in the box with the manual. I think this will be good to £40 in the future. It's Digimon, so it's a big franchise, it's got a lot of fans, people are always going to be interested in it, because it's always going to sell well on the secondary market. Cover art looks absolutely brilliant. Again, the spine looks great on the shelf, a nice bright blue colour. I think on eBay you can get it a tad cheaper than CX at the moment. How long that will stay, I'm not sure. Some games on this list are cheaper on CX, some are cheaper on eBay. So, check the boat. I think it's £20 in CX at the moment, and it maybe goes for a little bit less than that on eBay. But getting one complete in box obviously should be the aim with this one, because it does keep going up in value. And it does become a £40–50 game in the next year or so, then having a complete in-box one will make it worth all that much more. Okay, so game number 3 is South Park: The Stick of Truth. This is a game that, as you can see, I paid £3.50 for. It's now £5 on CX. I only bought this like 2 weeks ago, so it's gone up in price like very, very recently. It's an unusual game. It's obviously a game that's got a big name with a lot of fans in terms of South Park. It looks pretty fun, and I should expect with a South Park game pretty manic. And this also came out in 2014, and it sold 1 million units. So it came out right at the end of the 360 life cycle, similar to Digimon. But it did sell better than Digimon. It sold like 10 times more. So whether it'll go up quite as much, I don't know. I just think it's one of those unusual titles that is creeping up in value now, and I think will continue to do so. I don't think many people will have this game and played it, so maybe collectors who are you know, people like myself who are growing up and going back into the 360 might look to have a go on it. And once again, like I mentioned with Digimon and like we mentioned with Larry, the spineless wheelchair. Okay, so game number 4, this is a game that almost every YouTuber in the country at the moment or in the world is saying pick up because it's going up in value and it's worth loads. It's one of the heavy hitters on the 360, and that is Lollipop Chainsaw. And I think right off the bat, one of the reasons is that cover art. That cover art absolutely stands out. It looks absolutely fantastic. The colours popping on there. The game itself, I've played it. It plays exactly as you'd expect from the cover art. You're walking around with a chainsaw and it's pretty. It's mayhem basically. You're wiping out zombies. It's quite a short game. I think it's like a 7-hour game. This game came out in 2012, so also towards the end of the 360's life cycle. It scored pretty well. I think it was like the 7 out of 10 mark, 7 8 out of 10s, and it sold 500,000 units only. So again, not one of the biggest selling games, which is probably why it's doing well now. What I would say is this was, I think it was £25. I think it was like 18, then 25, and now it's 32 in CEX. So it is shooting up. There are copies, I think there's like 20 copies in CX at the moment online or across the country. However, I would be careful. My local store in Halifax is not running. I went down to Halifax and it hasn't got the manual. And I think when you're paying like over £30 for a game like this one, and it's going to go even more, you do really want it complete in box. I managed to get this one on eBay. I paid a tad more than the CEX price. I think I paid like 34 to get a complete in box version. On eBay, the cheapest one you can pick up now is around, I think, like the 45, 50 mark. And what we're seeing at the moment is we're seeing some PS3 games now getting to the £100 mark. We've seen Nintendo DS games, so from a similar era, getting to the £100 mark. And I think we're going to see 360 games by the end of this year getting to the £100 mark. Things like the Spider-Man with the Shadow is around 80. And if 360 games get to the £100 mark and cross it, this is one of the games that will be up there. This is one of the heavier hitters. It's one of the games that's going to keep growing. And as the 360 collectors keep growing the market, the secondary market, then this will be one of the heavy hitters. And I can see this one getting up to £80, £100 in the future. So yeah, obviously it's a heavier hitter one. Obviously it's a bit more money than we were spoken about. But if you've not already got it, I would urge you to pick this up sooner rather than later. And finally, number 5. Now this game is, I'd say a wild card because you might already own it, you've probably played it. It's not a game that you'd associate with, you know, like a hidden gem or a title to pick up that you might not be aware of because it's a huge game. And that is GTA episodes from Liberty City. And there's two main reasons why I've put this on the list. Okay, so firstly, as people are growing their Xbox 360 collections, and it's only going to get bigger than what we've seen in the first few months of this year. It's only just started really, it's going to get even bigger, more people are going to jump on the bandwagon and want to build 360 collections. People are going to want to get complete subsets. They're going to want to get all the Halos, they're going to want to get all the Need for Speeds, they're going to want to get all the Forzas, etc, etc, etc. And the GTAs, there was 3 games on the 360, and they look great having them together. You're going to want all 3 of them. Now, GTA 5 sold 16 million units, or 15 million units. GTA 4 sold 11 million units, and Episodes from Liberty City only sold 2.6 million units. So, if everyone's getting a copy, and I'm not saying 15 million people are collecting 360 and going to have GTA, but this sold like a 7th as much as GTA 5 and like a 5th of what GTA 4 sold. So if you are going for all 3 and you want all 3 on your shelf together, then you two are going to be readily available and you're going to be able to grab them. When you're looking, people are going to be looking for this one a little bit harder. It's maybe not going to crowd people as much. I think it's currently £6 in CX. I think it was actually 8 and it might have dropped a couple of quid. Don't quote me on that, I'm not 100%. But I can just see this game going up. And the other reason is that most people, like myself, a lot of my friends, they played GTA 4, they played GTA 5 when they were growing up and joined the 360 era. They didn't play Episodes from Liberty City, and that's because this was obviously like an expansion on add-on. Now, you don't actually need GTA 4 to play this, you can just buy this game and play it independently, by itself. A lot of people don't know that, a lot of people think you need GTA 4 to play it, and you don't.
How's she doing?
I don't know.
But yeah, I think that people now who are jumping back into that era of games and they've played
I'm
GTA
doing
4,
better
played
than
GTA
you.
5, this is maybe the one that they'll go to and think,
The
oh,
Anthem
I never
was
played that
interfering.
back
I
in the
couldn't
day.
reach you.
I'll give it a go
I
now.
have to get to that
And for
machine.
those two reasons, I think that this, even though it sold 3 million units and it's a huge game, that you'd think people know about and play, I think this will steadily start to creep up. I don't think it'll be worth tons of money just because of the units it sold, but I think it'll be worth. I can easily see it hitting £15 in the next year. Maybe 20. I was looking to get this one at CX in absolute fantastic condition. And yeah, you just want to put it on the shelf with the other Grand Theft Autos. So yeah, they are the 5 games that we've gone through. I think together, when I added up the CX price this morning, it's like 67 quid, I think, for all 5 of them. I think Lollipop Chainsaw itself will be worth more than that by the end of the year. So if it does go up that much, then you are getting yours for free essentially, or for not much at all. None of these are going to go down, let's be honest. They're all going to... People were saying like, oh, maybe when the mobile burst games might come down. Most of these are not at a price where they can come down. I think Lollipop Chainsaw will at least remain there if it doesn't go any higher, but I think it will go higher. They all look great on the shelf together, these 5s. So yeah, let me know in the comments, do you have these 5 games? Do you have any of them? Are there any games that I've missed or you think I should pick up for my collection that I might not have? And thanks for watching and keep gaming. Thank you.
I was there. You were very clear.
I mean, maybe I want to renegotiate. But more importantly, who's going to fix my Strider?
Our Strider? I think that's what he meant.
Doubt it.
Well, tell you what. You help me fix it. And we'll talk.
You ever look at a game and think, man, how did this flop? Some of the best games out there got crushed by bad timing, bugs, or just straight up bad luck. And honestly, they deserved way better. Today we're diving into 10 games that flopped hard. But if you give them a real shot, you'll see they're absolute gems. Trust me, you're gonna want to stick around for this one. Shadow of the Tomb Raider kinda got lost in the noise when it first dropped. Lara Croft is one of the most iconic faces in gaming, and the rebooted trilogy was on a serious hot streak. But somehow, when Shadow rolled around, it didn't hit as hard as everyone expected. The timing couldn't have been worse. It landed right in the middle of a wave of massive game releases, and a lot of critics felt it didn't shake up the formula enough. Expectations were sky high after Rise of the Tomb Raider, and when players realized this was more of a refinement than a reinvention, the hype cooled off fast. But honestly, sticking to what works isn't a bad thing. Shadow digs deeper into Lara's character than ever before. Now it's about dealing with the weight of her own mistakes and the massive consequences that follow. And visually, the game is absolutely stunning with thick jungles, ancient tombs, flooded cities. Every corner feels alive and meticulously crafted. The tombs especially stand out. They're bigger, more intricate, and packed with clever puzzles that feel incredibly rewarding to solve. Shadow of the Tomb Raider leans harder into the idea that Lara has to use the environment to her advantage. Gathering resources like herbs, animal hides, and minerals feels way more meaningful because you actually need them to upgrade your gear and craft on the fly. Whether it's creating healing potions, crafting specialized arrows, or upgrading weapons for better stealth kills, the system adds a strong survival vibe to the whole experience. The combat also shifts gears in a good way. It leans heavier into stealth and strategy instead of just blasting through enemies. Sneaking through the jungle, picking off enemies one by one, and setting traps gives the game a real edge. Shadow of the Tomb Raider might not have blown up like the games before it, but if you give it a real chance, you'll find it's easily one of Lara's most layered and memorable adventures. Middle-earth Shadow of War had a rough launch, but honestly, it deserved way more love than it got. When it dropped in 2017, expectations were sky high as Shadow of Mordor had already set the bar, and everyone thought Shadow of War would just take it even higher. In a lot of ways, it did. But there was one massive problem right out of the gate: microtransactions. Yeah, they put loot boxes into a single-player game. It felt like a slap in the face for a lot of players who just wanted to enjoy the story without being nickel and dimed. Even though the devs eventually removed them, the damage was done. A lot of people had already moved on, and Shadow of War got stuck with a bad reputation it didn't really deserve. Because if you actually dive into the game, there's a lot to love. The Nemesis system is still one of the most brilliant mechanics in gaming. Having enemies that remember you, hold grudges, and come back stronger after you beat them creates this insane personal connection. They also blew up the world compared to the first game. More fortresses to siege, more massive open regions to explore, and way more characters with their own agendas. And speaking of the fortress siege system, it wasn't just about rushing in and swinging a sword around. You had to recruit and build an army, pick captains with the right skills, and carefully plan your assault. Every fortress had its own defenses and bosses with unique strengths and weaknesses, which forced you to really think about your strategy. You could sabotage enemy leaders from the inside, spread fear through their ranks, or set up ambushes long before the real fight even started. Sure, the end game dragged a little with the Shadow Wars, but the journey getting there was packed with action, strategy, and some really emotional story beats. If you can look past the rocky launch, Shadow of War is an epic experience that hits way harder than most people give it credit for.
Damn it.
Dying Light 2 had a rough start, no doubt about it. When it finally dropped in 2022, after years of delays and massive hype, a lot of players were met with bugs, crashes, and some serious performance problems. It was enough to turn off a huge chunk of the audience before they even got a real taste of what the game had to offer. But if you actually stick with it, Dying Light 2 reveals itself as one of the most immersive and thrilling zombie games out there. The parkour system is easily one of the game's biggest highlights. Sprinting across rooftops, vaulting over gaps, and sliding under wreckage feels buttery smooth and gives you an incredible sense of freedom. There is nothing quite like navigating a crumbling city with that kind of speed and agility. Combat is another area where the game really steps up. Smashing your way through hordes with improvised weapons feels raw and intense, and the constant threat of human enemies adds even more chaos to every encounter. Then comes the real kicker, Nightfall. During the day, you can almost feel safe, picking off zombies without too much trouble. But once the sun goes down, it's a different world entirely. The infected become faster, meaner, and absolutely relentless, forcing you to move smart and think even faster. But where Dying Light 2 really stands out, though, is in how it handles player choice. Whether it's deciding the fate of a character or choosing which faction gets control of a key area, your actions reshape the world around you. Dying Light 2 might have stumbled out of the gate, but once it finds its rhythm, it becomes an unforgettable ride.
Humans! Initiating FTL jump to the Yellowbar system. Dumb!
When Star Wars Jedi Survivor dropped, expectations were sky high. It's Star Wars after all, and a direct sequel to Jedi Fallen Order, which almost everyone loved. But somehow, things didn't go exactly as planned at launch. The game hit the shelves with some pretty rough technical issues, especially on PC. Frame drops, crashes, weird bugs, you name it, and it was there. And nothing kills hype faster than a game that feels broken on day one. But here's the thing. Once the patches rolled out and the dust settled, Jedi Survivor showed its true colors. Under all the launch drama, there's an amazing game just waiting to be played. Everything that made Fallen Order so great is back, but bigger, better, and sharper. The combat feels way more alive now, with new lightsaber stances that let you really tailor how you fight. You can go all in with a double-bladed saber, switch it up with a blaster, or find your own crazy style. It's fast, it's fluid, and honestly, it's a blast once you get into the flow. Exploration got a serious upgrade too. The planets are way larger and packed with hidden areas, secrets, and challenges. The whole Metroidvania vibe is strong, rewarding players who love backtracking with new abilities to unlock even more of the map. Story-wise, Jedi Survivor leans into deeper emotional territory. Without giving anything away, Cal Kestis' journey after Order 66 is full of weight and tough decisions. Some people thought the pacing dipped compared to the first game, but taking more time with the emotional beats adds a richness that was missing before. It's not just about swinging sabers anymore, it's about survival, loss, and finding a place in a shattered galaxy. And visually, Jedi Survivor is nothing short of stunning. From sprawling alien worlds to tight, atmospheric corridors, every environment feels crafted with real love. It's a game that deserved way more praise than it got at launch. And now, it's finally getting the love it always should have had. Hey, real quick, if you've ever played a game that flopped but totally blew your mind, smash that like button. Seriously, it takes less than a second. Drop a comment too. Tell me which game you defend with your life, or just scream, underrated masterpiece in all caps. That's the kind of stuff that really helps push this video to more folks who need to give these games a second shot. And yeah, I read and replied to every single one. And if you're not subscribed yet, don't leave me like a forgotten gem on a bargain shelf. Hit that sub button and stick around. We've got plenty more hidden treasures coming your way. Nier Automata didn't exactly shake the world when it first dropped. At a glance, it looked like just another flashy action RPG, and a lot of people brushed it off without giving it a real chance. But if you dive even a little deeper, you realize this game is operating on a whole other level. It's packed with heavy themes, emotional twists, and a story that sticks with you long after the credits roll. At launch, it didn't make a huge splash. It had its fans, sure, but it wasn't the mainstream smash some expected. Part of that was because Nier Automata didn't play it safe. It didn't try to fit neatly into the typical RPG mold. It came from a niche series and wasn't afraid to get weird and philosophical, which can scare some players away. It tackles big questions about existence, purpose, and what it even means to be human. You've got androids questioning their lives, robots mimicking emotions, and layer after layer of existential dread woven into every part of the story. The gameplay, though, makes sure you're never bored, and Platinum Games absolutely nailed the combat. Every battle feels smooth, fast, and just insanely satisfying. And the way Nier Automata tells its story is just as ambitious as everything else. You're not done after one playthrough. The game practically demands you to go back, replay events from new angles, and slowly uncover a much bigger, mind-blowing narrative hidden underneath. There are 26 endings to discover, some serious, some hilarious, but each one adds another piece to the puzzle. It's a game that keeps surprising you the more time you spend with it. Nier Automata might have started slow, but today it stands tall as one of the most unforgettable and unique experiences gaming has to offer. Prey had everything lined up to be a massive hit, but somehow it slipped under the radar. Part of the blame falls on the name itself, as fans who loved the original Prey from 2006 were thrown off when they realized the 2017 version had nothing to do with it. No Tommy, no spirit powers, just a completely new universe. That disconnect turned a lot of people away before they even gave the game a real shot. But if you go in without any expectations tied to the old Prey, what you get is one of the most brilliant sci-fi experiences of the generation. Arcane Studios, the same minds behind Dishonored, poured their talent into crafting a world that's insanely interconnected. Every area on the station feels alive, offering endless ways to approach any situation. You can sneak, hack, blast your way through enemies, or even shapeshift into random objects. Yes, you can literally become a coffee cup to sneak past threats. One thing that really makes Prey stand out is how it rewards exploration in a way few games do. The station is packed with hidden stories, secret paths, and tiny environmental clues that piece together the bigger narrative. You might stumble across an abandoned office, find an audio log, and suddenly uncover a whole subplot about a crew member's last desperate moments. And the Typhons, especially the Mimics, are pure nightmare fuel. Nothing cranks up paranoia like walking into a room and wondering if that chair is about to kill you. Fighting them isn't just about pulling the trigger, it demands creativity. The glue gun alone opens up wild possibilities, from building makeshift platforms to trapping enemies in mid-attack.
People are quick to project human features onto things.
Rage 2 had all the ingredients to blow everyone away, but somehow it just didn't stick the landing. The idea was simple and exciting. A wild, open world packed with non-stop action, over-the-top weapons, and pure chaos. But when the game finally dropped, it didn't exactly deliver on all that hype. The marketing promised a vibrant Mad Max-style wasteland full of life, but what players got was a world that often felt empty and repetitive. Instead of a deep, engaging experience, Rage 2 leaned heavily into mindless shooting without giving much reason to care about the world or the story unfolding around you. For those hoping for more substance, the lack of meaningful narrative was a real letdown. Even with all that, it's not like Rage 2 has no value. If you dive into it with the right mindset, the game's chaotic gunfights are insanely fun. The weapons feel powerful and satisfying, and the special abilities add a crazy layer of destruction that keeps the adrenaline pumping. Another thing that deserves some love is how smooth and responsive the vehicle combat feels, even though the open world itself could feel a bit lifeless. Tearing through it in heavily armed cars, bikes, and monster trucks added a whole new level of fun. They're packed with mounted weapons, turbo boosts, and gadgets that turn every road trip into a rolling battlefield. Chasing down convoys across the desert or engaging in high-speed shootouts with raider gangs was some of the most satisfying stuff Rage 2 had to offer. Plus, upgrading your rides with better armor, weapons, and speed mods gave you even more ways to dominate the wasteland. But one really cool aspect that often gets overlooked in Rage 2 is its nano-tribe ability system. Scattered throughout the wasteland are ancient arcs, hidden bunkers left behind from a lost civilization. And inside them, you unlock new powers that completely change how you fight. You can launch yourself forward with a devastating slam that sends enemies flying, throw up an energy shield to block incoming bullets, or even send out a kinetic blast that shreds anything too close. Rage 2 may not have been the revolutionary open-world shooter everyone wanted, but if you are just looking for pure, unfiltered mayhem, it still delivers a wild ride worth experiencing.
You have to trust me. Or what?
Quantum Break dropped back in 2016, and it had all the ingredients to be something huge. It came from Remedy Entertainment, the same minds behind Max Payne and Alan Wake, so expectations were sky high. The idea was bold too. Mix third-person shooting with time-bending powers and tie it all together with a live-action TV show that shifted based on your choices. On paper, it sounded incredible, but in practice, it didn't quite stick the landing. The time manipulation mechanics were easily the coolest part. Stopping bullets mid-air, dashing through frozen moments, setting up traps by slowing time. The combat felt slick and satisfying at first. But as the hours rolled by, the gameplay loop started feeling a little too familiar. There just wasn't enough variety to keep that magic alive. The story tried to blend sci-fi, action, and drama, but it struggled to find the right balance. Switching between playing and watching long episodes of the live-action show threw off the pacing big time. It sounded innovative, but for a lot of players, it broke the flow instead of building it. But one really underrated aspect of Quantum Break is how the game blends environmental storytelling into its level design. Scattered throughout the world are documents, emails, voice recordings, and even whiteboard notes that slowly piece together the larger conspiracy behind Monarch Solutions and the Time Fracture Crisis. Quantum Break ended up being one of those games that really only clicked with a niche crowd. It didn't hit the mainstream the way Remedy probably hoped. Still, if you're into games that take risks with storytelling and you love messing with time in creative ways, there's a lot to appreciate here. It's not perfect, but it's an experience you won't find anywhere else. The Last Guardian is one of those games that carried a mountain of hype on its back. Announced way back in 2009, it came from the same studio that gave us Ico and Shadow of the Colossus, two absolute legends in gaming, so expectations were through the roof. But by the time it finally landed in 2016, the gaming world had moved on a bit, and the crazy long development cycle ended up working against it. One of the biggest reasons it got so much heat was Trico, the massive creature you team up with during the journey. He's not your typical game companion. He doesn't follow orders like a robot, and that threw a lot of people off. Some players wanted instant responses, perfect commands, but that was never the point. Trico acts like a living, breathing animal, sometimes stubborn, sometimes scared, but always full of personality. And honestly, that's what makes your bond with him feel real. Another thing that rubbed players the wrong way was the camera and controls. They felt clunky and a little outdated, especially at a time when people expected everything to feel buttery smooth, and it could definitely be frustrating at times. But if you stick with it, you start to see the bigger picture. The way the boy and Trico communicate, not with words but through actions and trust, hits differently. The Last Guardian didn't light up the sales charts, and it probably never will. But for the players who get it, for those who can look past the rough edges, it's a powerful story about friendship, loyalty, and growing up. And honestly, it's one of those rare games that stays with you long after the credits roll.
Let's deal with these rebels.
Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy might have flown under a lot of people's radar at launch, but it turned out to be one of the best superhero games in years. When it was first announced, a lot of players were skeptical. After the messy release of Marvel's Avengers, expectations were pretty low. But instead of crashing and burning, Guardians of the Galaxy pulled off something amazing. The game doesn't just throw flashy fights at you and hope for the best. It actually tells a story that feels real, with sharp writing and emotional depth. Star-Lord, Gamora, Drax, Rocket, and Groot are all given space to shine, and the chemistry between them feels straight out of the comics and movies. You're in control of Star-Lord, but during battles, you're constantly giving orders to the rest of the team, making every fight feel chaotic in the best way. Another cool thing is how the huddle system works during combat. It's not just a gimmick, it's actually a clutch mechanic that can turn the tide of a tough fight. When things get crazy, you can call a team huddle where Star-Lord gives a pep talk based on what the others are saying. Pick the right response, and your whole squad gets a major boost, dealing more damage and taking hits like champs. Pick the wrong one, and only Star-Lord gets the buff. Plus, the payoff is always epic, because when the huddle ends, an 80s banger kicks in and the team just goes wild. And it's not just about the action. The soundtrack absolutely slaps, packed with classic 80s hits that bring a ton of personality to the adventure. It's wild how much the right song at the right moment can make a battle or a quiet scene hit harder. But what really sets Guardians apart, though, is how it mixes humor and heart without ever feeling forced. One minute you're laughing at some ridiculous banter, and the next you're caught up in moments of real loss, loyalty, and sacrifice. It nails that emotional balance perfectly. Alright, now I'm curious. Out of all these flops, which one do you think deserved way more love? Let me know in the comments. I read and reply to every single one. And hey, if you had a good time, hit that like button and make sure to subscribe. There's a lot more coming.
Squid outpost spotted. Calling down a sentry. Found something. How about a nice cup of liver tea? Sending in an eagle.
Listen, we are starting this year off strong with another movie by that man. And you know how I usually feel about that, but I can't even hate on this one. It's actually not that bad. It's time to talk about Tyler Perry's Temptation, Confessions of a Marriage Counselor. Temptation proves that sometimes cheating doesn't start in the bedroom. It starts with little seeds, and once those seeds take root, it's hard to recover. This film had everybody arguing about who was wrong, who was justified, and who ignored every single warning until it was too late. With that being said, while watching this movie, I noticed a lot of things, and we have a lot to talk about, so let's get into it. As the movie opens, we meet Judith, a marriage counselor. She's counseling a couple that have been together since they were 18, and now they're going through some issues in their marriage. After the husband gets upset and walks out the room, Judith continues talking to the wife, and this is when Judith recognizes a situation that she's all too familiar with. The wife had met someone else, and Judith proceeds to tell the wife a story which would, of course, be about her life. Judith was raised in a small town by her mom, who was a single mom. Her mom was very religious, and she raised Judith in the church, and this is where she met Bryce, who would become a close friend, then a boyfriend, and eventually her husband. After they graduate, they move to the city to pursue their careers, Bryce as a pharmacist and Judith as a therapist at a matchmaking company. We meet Ava, a co-worker of Judith, and Ava was very judgmental, and to come to think of it, Judith was too, but in a different way. Ava's main issue with Judith was that she felt she didn't fit the part. She didn't have the long flowing hair, 6-inch heels, and tight bodycon dresses. And Judith felt like she didn't need that. So she felt like that was more important than what she wore or how she presented herself. And as you can guess, with these two opposing views, they clashed a lot.
That explains it. You grew up below the Mason-Dixon.
Okay, Ava, you really should take this Valium.
You really need an iron to that skirt.
I did.
So enter Harley, a social media entrepreneur who was looking to get more info on the matchmaking business. When Ava and Judith come to greet Harley, Harley immediately singles out Judith. Then we meet Melinda, a new hire at the pharmacy that Bryce worked at. And Miss Waco gave Melinda a very warm, and I say that sarcastically, welcome to the pharmacy. She pretty much told her that they perform regular checks on the cash register. And then she, along with Bryce, started asking Melinda all these questions, and you could tell that she was very uncomfortable with them prying into her life. Rightfully so, because if you just assume that I'm gonna steal, I'm not telling you anything. And then when I don't tell you what I have going on in my life, you assume.
My husband, the blouse she's wearing, she's a lesbian.
Back at the agency, Judith and Harley were having a lighthearted debate about love and how to find it. While Judith preferred the old-fashioned way of meeting someone randomly and falling in love that way over time, Harley thought that adding social media to the mix was a good thing since more people were meeting each other online versus out and about. After talking with her for a little bit, Harley mentions that she looks familiar. Turns out they ran at the same park. Judith jokes about Harley running with his shirt off, trying to get all the girls' attention, and this was meant to be a dig, but Harley didn't take it that way because it revealed that he had gotten her attention.
No, you're running with your shirt off so all the pretty girls could notice you.
Oh, you noticed me running.
Turn to page 2. You'll see the compatibility questionnaire.
All business.
I wanted to start with that.
I like that.
Judith came home and expressed her frustrations about her job, Harley, and how she's not what she wants to be career-wise. She told Bryce that she couldn't wait to start her own practice. Instead of Bryce understanding her frustration and being encouraging, he reminds her that she has 10 to 15 years before their dream happens. Listen, Bryce was not encouraging at all, and he was so dismissive. You'll see what I mean as this recap goes on. On top of this, Judith's mother was coming into town, and she was really not looking forward to it. As a surprise, Bryce takes her out to eat, and as they're walking back to their car, a group of guys heckle Judith. She immediately gets upset, starts yelling back and being just as disrespectful to them as they were to her. Whole time, Bryce was just focused on getting them in the car gotten away from the situation. And Judith resents him for this.
Some things you just gotta ignore.
Why can't I ignore the fact that I feel safe?
Now, Bryce removing them from the situation was protecting them both. I get that, but I also get her not feeling safe and not feeling protected. The next day, Harley came by to go over the questionnaire that he and Judith worked on before. They were going to use this questionnaire to program the app and better connect people to who they were attracted to for better compatibility. Now, initially, Harley didn't understand why there was so much focus on past relationships, and Judith tells him that this can reveal bad habits, how a person handled conflict, and any past trauma that person may have, which is very important. Harley filled out a questionnaire to test Judith to see what she could figure out about him, and baby, Judith read him like a book.
Well, you are relationship oriented. You give a lot in relationships. You believe in love, but because you've been hurt a few times, you've given up on it. Like you got a little bit of a mean streak though.
Back at the pharmacy, as Melinda is preparing to go home, Miss Waco noticed that something is off with her by the way she covers herself with her hoodie. And of course, Bryce dismisses this per usual. But at this point, we know that something is definitely going on with Melinda. She gets home and it's obvious that she's still spooked. She walks around her home with a bat and she's scared. As Harley and Judith continue working together, Judith tells Harley that she's been married for 6 years and she and her husband have known each other for 19. And she was also turning 26 in a couple of days. She mentioned how she feels like she's not where she wants to be in her career or where she thought she would be by her age. She thought she'd have her license by now, her own practice, and she was feeling a bit discouraged. So, unlike Bryce, Harley encouraged her and told her to make it happen.
You should totally do that. You're super smart. You're bright, you're intelligent, you're motivated. Set up a business plan and make it happen.
And this was the exact opposite response that her husband gave her. And here is where we got the first seed. He motivates her. And Harley's past relationship comes up. He had a relationship with his college girlfriend and they were head over heels in love, and then it was over. There were no whys or what led up to this, just very vague. But basically, he's been floating ever since. He asks Judith if she's happy, and she says that she is, but you can tell that her response is more of what she thought she should say than how she really feels. And there is a vibe between them for a moment, but then Judith pulls away. Harley mentions how on the questionnaire there were no questions about sex, and there was a reason for this. Judith didn't believe in having sex before marriage. So now Harley was intrigued.
I just keep picturing this kind of same old, boring, fluff the pillows, always in the bedroom kind of thing. You're with another man, you know the sex should be random. Are you getting turned on?
Ew, please, you need to go home.
And this was the second seed. The girl was having boring sex, okay? And with this, Judith came home and tried to get a little adventurous with Bryce. Yeah, that didn't turn out too good.
Attack me! Attack me!
Attack you?
Yeah, like an animal.
Like an animal?
Yeah, baby.
Ow,
just
okay, grab your hair.
Now, she did seem a little bit unstable, okay? I ain't gonna hold them too tough on that one. But Bryce wanted to do it how they had always done it. Nice and predictable. And boring. Unfulfilled, Judith decides to go on a run with the full intention of running into Harley. And she does. Of course she does. And while they're running and talking shit the whole time, Judith runs into a bike. And I say it like this because she literally ran into the bike. Dude was not in her way, but it was made to seem like the guy wasn't paying attention. And unlike Bryce, Harley immediately defends her and gets aggressive with the guy. And this is the third seed. She felt protected. He offers to bring her to his home so that he can wrap her ankle and call her husband. And as they're waiting for her husband to pick her up, Harley mentioned how often her husband comes up in their conversations and how it seems like she's comparing them. And Judith immediately gets irritated at him bringing this up.
I really wonder who this guy is. I wonder if he challenges you mentally. Does he bring out the best in you? Does he even notice you anymore? If I had a woman as beautiful as you, I wouldn't miss a thing.
And this was the fourth seed. He made her feel seen. And when Bryce finally arrives, Harley was sizing him up. I guess he was checking out the competition at this point. The next day was her birthday, and tell me why Bryce didn't even tell her happy birthday. He goes on about his morning like it's a regular day, and he doesn't plan anything for that night. And when Judith gets to work, some flowers are waiting for her. Now, initially, she thinks these are from her husband, and she's relieved because she thought he forgot. And as she's happy about these flowers, just looking at him smiling, Ava starts sizing her up and down and critiquing her outfit yet again.
I'm smiling. Just give me a compliment or something.
When people look at you, it reflects bad on me.
Poor Judith. She felt pretty today, but Ava didn't give a damn. She kept criticizing her fit, her shoes, her hair, every single thing about her. I mean, she brought the girl's mood all the way down. And if she already wasn't feeling flustered, Harley was in her office waiting for her. But if nobody else noticed that she did a little something different today, Harley noticed. He told her happy birthday and he revealed that he was the one that sent her the flowers. So now she realized that Bryce did forget her birthday. And at this point, Judith is already hurt, already frustrated, so she doesn't have any time for the games. So she asked Harley straight up what was going on. He had plenty of other programmers to work with and plenty of access to other talented people who could help him with this app. Yet he was in her office every day. So Harley finally admits, if it wasn't obvious enough, that he was falling for her.
And as long as you know that I'm very married.
He loves you. It's kind of regular, but lucky. You just don't impress me as the type of person that would be satisfied with a man like that. You know, maybe at one point in time in your life. Where you're going, I just don't see that lasting.
Fifth seed. He made her doubt her union. Listen, Bryce came all the way home and still didn't realize that it was his wife's birthday. Not until he went into the kitchen and saw a happy birthday cupcake and a card. And not only did he miss this birthday, he missed last year's birthday too. So this made it 2 years in a row that he missed her birthday. And he apologizes, but does that even mean anything if this has happened 2 years in a row? I think not. Sometimes sorry doesn't fix everything. But to apologize, I guess, in a different way, he serenades her in his boxers. So romantic. You could have just remembered the girl's birthday. She smiles, but I fear that this is gonna stick. The next day, Janice tells Judith that Harley wanted to take her on a trip with him. It would just be Judith and Harley on that trip. And Judith is reluctant, but Janice tells her that this is a very big deal for her, and it was very important that this deal happened. But she does give her a warning.
I will tell you like I tell all my girls who go out with my guys. Be nice, be aware, have fun, but most of all, be careful. I know you're a smart girl, but this is another league you're in. Trust me.
We go to Melinda, and as she's working, she hears a customer come in, and you can faintly hear the customer, but you can clearly see that Melinda was scared. Could this be who she was trying to avoid? Now, this is when I put 2 and 2 together when I saw this film back in the day, but I won't say it just in case there's anyone who hasn't seen it. But if you watch Tyler Perry, you pretty much know the plot by now. At this point, Judith was overwhelmed, so she went to Ava, out of all people, and confided in her about her husband forgetting her birthday, and clearly, Ava was not the consoling kind.
You are forgettable. You have to make a man remember you. Tried to give you my assistance, but you don't want it, so get out.
Judith finally asked Ava for some help, and baby Ava couldn't wait. She'd probably been waiting for this since Judith walked in the door on her first day. Back at the pharmacy, Melinda was still shaken up by the mystery customer that came in earlier. It's here where she tells Miss Waco and Bryce about her abusive ex. And we get a brief history of their relationship. It was a typical, she was wined and dined, they fell in love, and then he turned into someone else. Oh, and he tried to kill her. In more ways than one, we find out later.
He tried to kill me.
I just can't see you being with a guy like that.
Sometimes you never know who you're married to.
We fast forward to Judith and Harley going to New Orleans, having the meeting. The meeting goes well. After the meeting, they explore New Orleans and they have a really good time. When they get back on the plane, they continue to talk to each other. As they talk, the topic of being taken for granted comes up, and this is something that they could both relate to. Well, Judith more than Harley, but we'll get to that. Harley brought up his ex and how he loved her so hard, yet his ex took him for granted. Harley admits that he finds Judith beautiful, and then he revealed that he liked to make love to her. See, all those seeds have led to this moment. She reminds him that he's married, but he don't care about none of that. He reminds her that she's not happily married. Judith admits that she's not motivated to dream anymore, and she no longer sees the point of doing so.
What do you dream about?
logically insane.
If that means I gotta kill a guy to get some rare Super Nintendo games, I'm gonna do it.
And 2026 will become forever known as the year of retro gaming. Let's find out why. And when I say this, it's not just for myself. I'm predicting this to become a worldwide theme. Retro games bring us back to a simpler time. A time when developers were passionate about the games they made. A time when developers took a chance. A time when developers experimented with new ideas. A time when it wasn't just about the money that could be made. It was about the passion behind the actual games and creating something original. It was a time when games didn't need to be complicated. All you needed was 2 buttons and a great idea. This video is about sharing my recently rediscovered passion for retro gaming with everyone here on YouTube. I'm sharing it with my subscribers and new viewers. The 69 new viewers that I'll be lucky if the algorithm sends me.
69.
I want to share my goals for 2026 as well as a few predictions and encourage every single one of you to make a similar list of goals and rediscover your own passions for gaming. And more importantly, find a way to make time in your busy lives for the hobby that you enjoy so much. I didn't get much time to do any actual gaming in 2025, despite that being one of my goals for the year. I failed. I admit it. One of my New Year's resolutions, it started off great, but in the end, life got me, stress got me, work got me, life hit me. Now, don't get me wrong, I did do a lot of collecting in 2025, and I made a lot of videos about that. And I sure had a blast doing it. I had a blast going out and hunting for deals. I love to find deals out in the wild. It can be done, but you have to have a keen eye. Sesame Street 1, 2, 3, very difficult game. Never been able to beat that one. Same with Sesame Street ABC, even more difficult.
Cops are after me, guys. I'm taking a detour. Owner called the cops. I stole 2 of his most rarest games in the whole store. I stole 2 of them. He called the cops on the way out after we made the trade. He took my money and then he realized, he calls out on the way out. He says, hold on a second, sir. Let me look at those games again, sir. Just 1 second, sir. As I was already out the door, buddy. I got the car running. I left it running. I didn't even friggin' turn the car off. I had it running in the parking lot. I was ready to go.
But it wasn't until the Christmas break that is ending. Tomorrow is my last day off. It wasn't until this break when I spent a significant amount of my time playing some of my backlog during my vacation time that I booked off from work. I used my time to do a staycation for my mental health, and I loved every minute. I live a busy life, and I don't always have time, or more importantly, the energy to game. But I think I found a solution that works for me. I've been carving out at least 1 hour per night before bed, and this would be on a standard night. You know, obviously, during my vacation time, I was able to carve out more than that, but I did at least a minimum of 1 hour, and I'm going to continue with this new routine. This certainly has helped to reignite my passion for gaming, not that it actually ever left, but it's reignited a fire under my ass to get me to dedicate the time. While I was on vacation playing these games, there was one game in particular that really reignited my passion for retro games. And I'll admit it wasn't an actual retro game, but it was a retro style game. And I'm including those types of games in with the retro game theme. I was playing The Friends of Ringo Ishikawa, and I still am. I'm right at the end of the game. I'm about to beat it any day now, and I've actually purposely been avoiding it because I don't want it to end. I've had such a good time. I know it's coming to an end, and I'm just not ready to accept it. But The Friends of Ringo Ishikawa isn't the only game I played. Just recently, for a Patreon episode, I was playing some good old classic Sega Genesis games. and I was rediscovering old games that I had long forgotten. Games that respect your time. Games that you can pop in and play for 15 minutes. I'm talking games like Road Blasters for the Sega Genesis. A game like Road Blasters is very primitive and very simplistic, but it's also fast-paced arcade action that's actually fun. When playing a lot of these older retro games, you don't need to dedicate 1 to 5 hours. That's the beauty of it. You only need 10 to 20 minutes to have a good time and escape reality. Escapism at its finest, before you head back to real life and head back to the grind. And that's the beauty of many of these retro-style games, is they respect your time. If you don't have 5 hours, you don't need 5 hours. I want to tell you something else. It's about the music. The music played a large role in reigniting my passion. The music of Ringo Ishikawa, the game that I sunk the most hours into. The music of Fading Afternoon, the unofficial sequel to The Friends of Ringo Ishikawa, by the same developer. And even the music in games like Green Dog, the Beached Surfer Dude, which I also played during my Patreon episode, and I rather enjoyed it. I enjoyed that music. For such a mediocre average game, I said, you know what, these developers, they did a good job. Whoever that music composer was, he put his heart and soul into that, and they probably didn't pay him very much, and he probably didn't have much time either. I want to also mention some predictions on why retro gaming, physical retro games, will continue to dominate in 2026. They're going to continue to make the headlines. And the most obvious number one, rare games and sought-after retro games. These game prices will continue to rise due to increased demand. The demand will not drop. The demand is not dead. The demand will continue to rise. Collectors, gamers, and even big-name YouTubers, like your Metal Jesus, they will continue to discover brand new hidden gems and great games that the market previously bashed or ignored. And when that happens, the market comes flooding in looking to buy those games. Supply and demand. Demand goes up, price goes up. Demand goes up, supply goes down, price goes up. Number two, demand for physical games will continue to rise as the world continues to enter the digital age, where physical media will continue to die. That is the future. We're not there yet, but it's rapidly approaching. We will get there. The Nintendo Switch 2 keycards, that's the first step. And maybe that's the future for Nintendo. Maybe keycards will be around for the next 50 years as their interim solution to try to satisfy both sides of the coin. The people that want physical games, their games on the actual cart, versus the people who don't care. They'll happily take digital. But there's always going to be a growing number of people who don't want those keycards because they dang well know it's the same as a digital game. When the server shuts down, your game ain't going to work. It's going to have no resale value when that comes. Lastly, number three, OG gamers and collectors will continue to obtain more disposable income. When they get that income, they're going to spend a portion of that increased income on more retro games to add to their collections. The older you get, the more disposable income you get. Maybe you have kids today, for example, or have kids. Well, when those kids turn 18, 19, 20, 21, hell, nowadays 30, when they move out, that typically means you have more disposable income. As you get experience at your job, as you upgrade from starter positions to senior level positions, you get more income. And OG gamers and collectors like myself, we spend a portion of that income on games that we've always wanted. That's why I have thousands of games, and there's still thousands more that I would like to have. So my goal for 2026 is to play more retro games that have been in my backlog for many years. Some have been games I've wanted to play almost my entire life. So for 2026, I made a list of my top 10 games I would love to play and beat, if possible. Because I like to play games, but that doesn't mean I'm good at the games. I can't beat very many games unless I get a Game Genie. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. I spent like 4 hours making this list. I changed the list probably 25 times, including right before I started recording this video. And you might be thinking, man, that was a waste of time. You could have been gaming during that 4 hours. What a waste of time. Why'd you spend so much time making a simple list of 10 games? Well, here's the thing that you don't understand. I enjoyed making this list. I am a collector with shelves full of games. And I enjoy cycling through the games on my shelf and being reminded of what games I own. Because I can't memorize thousands of games. And I enjoy looking at these shelves and reminiscing in all of these games. I don't have them all listed in an app. I have to physically browse my shelves, and I like it that way. I often forget what I own. Browsing the shelves reminds me of games that I forgot I even had. And I enjoy seeing them on the shelf and remembering the memories of playing each and every one of those games. Like Secret of Evermore. And even if I haven't played the game, because I own plenty of games I have not yet played, even if I haven't played it, I enjoy seeing it on the shelf and imagining myself playing. Imagining what it would be like to play that game, and more importantly, what would it be like to have owned that game back when it came out back in 1993, 2001, whatever it is, Xbox 360, OG Xbox, Super Nintendo, NES, any console, N64, and just imagining if you got that game, like Road Blasters, back when that was brand new, what, 1990, 1991 at most? And what would you have thought of it back then? What would your friends have thought of it back then? Would you have been impressed by the graphics? Would you have been impressed by the gameplay? It might be primitive gameplay today, but back then, was it primitive gameplay? Or would you have said, wow, this is incredible, way better than Pac-Man? So let's get started. In no particular order, we're going to rapid fire through all 10 games. And I want you at home to make a list of 10 games that you would also like to play that's been in your backlog, and I want you to play it in the year 2026. You've got 12 months to play through every single one of them. And it doesn't mean that you have to beat it, but you got to play it. I mean, let's start with game number 1. You already seen it. Secret of Evermore. I've played this game a lot. Okay, this is my OG game. I got this back when this game was brand new. And to be honest with you, I'm a big RPG fan. This is an action RPG, Squaresoft. Squaresoft, this was the Squaresoft B-list team too, by the way. This was a fully American-made game, if I remember correctly. Ain't no Japanese OG Final Fantasy Secret of Mana guys working on this. This was the B-list team, and they made a fully American game, so there's no translation issues with the text and the story, because it was Americans that made it, native English speakers. But I've been stuck on this game since the 90s. I'm at a maze. There is a giant maze. I've looked up walkthrough guides multiple times, and I've done exactly what the guide says, and I still can't get out of the maze. And I've tried, like I said, multiple times over the last 25 years. And I decided I'm going to try it again, but I'm going to try something different. I literally just thought of a new way to finally beat this. If I can find a video of a walkthrough, somebody, start to finish, if somebody has posted this on YouTube, and I haven't looked yet, I will literally follow, I'll have the cell phone in my hand, video playing, and I will follow this guy step for step, and I'll get out of this damn place. And I'm going to finally beat this game. Finally. And I'm excited to do it. I mean, I'm hoping somebody's got the video posted, because the game fact walkthrough ain't helping. I did exactly what it said. I just cannot do it. Game number 2. This is a heavy hitter, guys. Write this one down. You're going to want to pick this one up if you don't already own it. Way of the Samurai 3. This game has 25 different endings. There's 20, which I guess there's 25 different ways to beat the game. It's more advanced than Way of the Samurai 2. And Way of the Samurai 2 is becoming a very rare and expensive game. It just recently hit all-time highs. That's a PS2 exclusive. Way of the Samurai 2 is when they started to perfect the formula. Absolutely beautiful game. Action game with a good story, and like I said, multiple ways to end the game. So it's not a game that you play once and you're done. It's a game that you play 20 times, and then you're done. And every time you play it, you do something different. You join this faction, you support that faction. One run through, you're killing these guys. The next run through, you're teaming up with those same guys. I don't want to spoil anything. I'll just tell you, you can do some pretty crazy things. Pretty crazy things in this game. And that's what makes it fun. I will quickly show you the chart. This is not a pricing episode, but I want you to see that this game, PS3 version's practically at all-time highs. It's going easily to $100 US in the future. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's going to go there, and it could possibly even go higher. Could go a lot higher, even. PS3 version is more sought after than the 360 version. 360 version is much cheaper, seems to be finding a bottom around that $20 US level. It's about 27.12 Canadian. This is Way of the Samurai 3. And Way of the Samurai 2, currently trading at, this is the PS2 exclusive, $72 US. And that's if you can get it for that price. I mean, good luck. Somebody down here just paid $120. December 26th. CIB, probably good condition. All-time highs right now today. And when I say I'm going to dive into Way of the Samurai 3, I'm not just going to beat it once. My plan is to really dive into and beat it like, 5 or 10 times. I don't need to go 25 times. Maybe I'll look up some walkthroughs. I'll cheat, if I want to find out there's a cool ending. Maybe I'll cheat and find out how to get it. How to get the best ending. The A-list endings. I'm sure there's different tiers. A-list, B-list, and C-list endings. I'm excited for that one. Speaking of PS3, I'm going to be playing through Heavy Rain. Now, I don't have the director's cut version. I know that there's one that exists. I'm going to have to research if it's worth picking up and perhaps playing that one instead, because I don't know what the difference would be. But if for whatever reason, if that one is better with more story, maybe they have deleted scenes that they've added back in, then I would definitely consider buying it, because I know it's cheap. It's not an expensive game. It's a story-driven game, quick time events, that sort of thing. I know it's an all-time classic, and I've had many people have told me that this is actually their favorite PS3 game. And these are people that are not typically into visual novels or story-driven games. So that's game number 3, Heavy Rain for the PS3. And you know what, I might even just grab the director's cut anyway. I know it's not expensive. Game number 4, here's a very unique one. A Dog's Life, or just Dog's Life for the PlayStation 2. Exclusive game, CID of course. Its fame is growing. You play as a dog and you do dog things. I mean, that's what it is. I've had this game on my bucket list for a very long time. This is also a recent pickup that will make it into a future video. This is a very unique game, and that's why the fame is growing, and that's why the price is going up too, by the way. It's a hidden gem. It gets points for originality. This ain't no Halo. You can't compare this with Halo or Super Mario. This is Dog's Life by Hip Games. I mean, but it's original. Speaking of PlayStation 2, I did show this in a previous pickup video. This is Primal for the PlayStation 2. Another exclusive, by the way. Dog's Life is also a PS2 exclusive. Primal, I wanted to play this. I don't have the manual, which is unfortunate, but I paid $4 for it. It's not rare or sought after. And just out of curiosity, I decided to look up the chart, and holy hell, yeah, it's another game that's hit all-time highs. Still cheap in the grand scheme of things, $50 US. CID. I guess its fame is growing. I think it was an overshadowed game. But people told me, and after doing some research, I found out that it's actually a very difficult game. And some of the puzzles are very cryptic and very difficult to figure out. So I decided I'm going to get the strategy guide, and I'm planning to pick one up rather soon, because this is a bucket list game, and I'm not going to play it until I get the strategy guide. And I'm going to treat myself to that strategy guide. I decided, well, you know, it's going to a good cause. You know, I'm trying to spend less money this year, but I am willing to fork out some dough for that guide. Game number 6, Blackthorn, which will also be making it into a recent pickup video. This is a game I've wanted to play since I was, whenever it came out, 10 years old, 11, 12 years old. I used to look at it at Roger's video all the time. I never pulled the trigger on it, but I literally sat there looking at that game sit on the shelf for hours. If you add up all the times I went to Roger's video and I read the back of the game, I never pulled the trigger because I could never fully figure out what it was. It looked like a Contra-style game. You know, all I had was the images and the description at the back. And I know you shot things because they had, you know, the guy walks around with a freaking shotgun. But something seemed off, and I just never pulled the trigger. Years later, I found out what type of game it is. It's not a Contra-style game. It's more of like a flashback-style game with a gun. And I want to beat the game. And I think it's published by Interplay. I want to say that's Blizzard. I'm pretty sure that's Blizzard's console publisher name back then. They also did Lost Vikings. So I'm really looking forward to this one. I only just recently got it. I've wanted it my entire life. That was game number 6. Game number 7 is Power Rangers the movie for the Sega Genesis. I'm going to bring this with me when I road trip to Alberta. And I have a good buddy of mine. He's good at video games. And we're going to beat this game. Because all the people that I know in this city, they're a bunch of noobs. They couldn't play a retro game if their life depended on it. They're too used to playing garbage modern games that are too easy, that hold your hand. Well, these old games, they don't hold your hand. This one's not overly difficult either. I got to, like, near the end. I thought the game was bugged. Me and my friend, many years ago, we got to where I'm pretty sure was the last stage, or almost second last stage. We got very far. And then I thought the game was bugged. I couldn't proceed. And then about a year ago, I saw a video on YouTube, and somebody said he had the same problem. He thought the game was bugged. And then he found out all you have to do is walk up, so you go into the background. So I spent the whole time going to the right, because that's what you do in Beatbox. You walk to the right till the stage ends. Well, in this one particular stage, you have to go into the background. There's like a little cave door or something. Absolutely ridiculous that they made you do that. I couldn't figure it out. I spent the whole time walking back and forth until the timer ran out. Game number 8, Sonic Riders, a game that has been climbing in price. This is the GameCube version. This is also a PS2 game. Both versions are climbing in price, I do believe. And I've decided I'm going to find out what all the fuss is about. Another recent pickup. Let's find out why the price is going up. Is this a hidden gem? I think it is. I think that's exactly what's going on. Game number 9. You won't believe this bad boy. Shenmue for the Sega Dreamcast. And you might be wondering, well, why are you playing the Sega Dreamcast version when you got the HD version? Well, I'll tell you why. I have the HD version. And I played it. I have it on PC, though. And I tried to play it, and I couldn't do it. I hate playing games on PC. I even had a controller in my hand. I was playing it as proper as possible. But I just can't do it. I don't like PC games. I don't like playing games on a PC. I'll do it, but I don't necessarily enjoy it. And I don't have an Xbox One. I don't have a PS4. I don't have any console that would allow me to play the new HD version. And I've been holding on. I played this game many times, but I've never stuck with it enough to beat it. I've started, but never completed it. And I was waiting for the HD version. I thought I was going to get a PS4 or an Xbox One, and then I was going to play it. And after playing Fading Afternoon and the Friends of Ringo Ishikawa, it's really got me thinking about Shenmue, where that game took inspiration from. Shenmue led the way for Fading Afternoon. Without Shenmue, you wouldn't have the Friends of Ringo Ishikawa. So I decided, well, I'm tired of waiting. I'm probably unlikely to get a PS4 or an Xbox One anytime soon. And I'm not going to play it on PC. So let's play it the way it was meant to be played in the first place. On the OG hardware with a Sega Dreamcast controller in my hand. And then I'm going to do the same dang thing with an Xbox controller. And I'm going to get Shenmue 2 on the OG Xbox. Game number 10. This is a game I've played multiple times. I played the hell out of this for my entire life. But I want to play it again. because I love the music. I play it for the music. The music alone is so freaking good. You gotta play it at least every now and then. Gem Fire for the Super Nintendo. Unbelievable game. This is like a Romance of the Three Kingdoms type of game. Romance of the Three Kingdoms 4 Wall of Fire. Excellent game. PlayStation 1, Sega Saturn. This is one of those code games, strategy games, but it's actually good. It's a fantasy style game. Better than Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan's back there. This is better. Wizards. Mercenaries that you can hire. A very good storyline going on where you're trying to unite all of the gems, which is the wizards. You've been scattered. There's a dictator, tyrant running this island, and he was using those gems to suppress everyone. Suppress the people. And the princess scatters the gems across the island. And now all these other kingdoms, they have powerful wizards on their team. And they say, hey, we can rebel against this evil king now. We have to, but the king still has the dragon crown, the dragon jewel, which is the most powerful of the wizards. And so now you're trying to unite all of the wizards again, unite the power, and dethrone the king. That's the objective of the game. Dethrone the king.
Tava assim, já ela tá. O que aconteceu? Nada.
Guys, I want to give everyone a quick update. Maybe I'll make a separate video too, but I'm going to be making a few changes to the channel in 2026. I'm going to be experimenting with things like shorter videos, as well as a few additional changes. But I'm going to continue with the bread and butter of the channel. I'm going to finish those pricing series of videos that I'm doing on the Nintendo Wii. Xbox 360 ain't done either, guys. I got more games coming on that list. We're in the bonus section. I'm going to continue the PS3 pricing series, and I'm going to start brand new ones for PS4. I'm going to dabble in that a little bit. I've had many people request PlayStation 4. So, you request it, I'll do it. You subscribe to the channel, and you leave comments like that, giving constructive feedback to help us grow together, then I'm all for it. I'll do that for you. I'm also going to be starting to talk about other consoles, like the Super Nintendo, and the NES, and the GameCube, and the PS2, and PlayStation 1. I'm going to be branching out further. So guys, if you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing to the channel. I also have a Patreon link in the description below. Thank you everyone that supports me on the Patreon. Your support means a lot. You guys keep the channel going. Everyone that subscribes, smashes the like button, everyone that leaves a comment. You guys are the backbone of the channel. I ain't doing nothing. I ain't doing nothing. This is all on you guys. Because I would have quit this channel 2 or 3 years ago. I was about to quit. So I hope you enjoyed the video. Let me know in the comments below what you thought, and I'll see you again next week.
It came from below.
Of course it did.
Os caras estão zoando, então, isso aqui, tentando matar no taserzinho, no facinho.
The scars will come back and keep making weapons. Faye, find me a way underground.
Already done.
No way forward.
You'll have to go down.
Into the water.
Wow. It's almost peaceful down here.
Scorpions can't swim, right?
Don't worry, Sev. I won't let them get you.
Mano, matando o perdido da mãe, como que faz isso?
That's a lot of eggs.
You know what they say? You've got to crack a few eggs to make an omelette.
I don't want that omelette. What is that?
Another relic. Careful, freelancer. Sounds stable.
I hate it when they do that.
What do we do now?
Gather the fragments and silence the relic.
Esse é embaçado de verdade. Qual é o nome desse livro lá? Nossa, esse time não aceitar um monte de coisa pra essas coisas. Pesado esse livro.
Heads up, scars are coming.
How'd they get down here?
Bastards love to blow.
O Elbit, mano. Areal do Guarda. Opa, Areal do Guarda. Sabe, não. vai ser. Isso aí. Será que não é igual FIFA? Fizeram 6 agora. Os caras da machucada.
Hey, freelancer.
More stars, I know.
He's looking extra powerful.
Door's still closed and there's nodes everywhere.
Give it a minute, it should work itself out.
Should?
Energy readings are stabilizing, albeit slowly. Just stay in the center, any interference will cause the energy to spike again. Freelancer, stay on the platform.
Alô? Muda? Muda? todo que no me diga.
It got quiet.
Let it stay that way.
It's pretty dark in here.
Throw down a flare. It'll help.
You freelancers have tools for everything.
Back into the
Oh, that's just wrong.
Remember? It's only a scorpion. But bigger.
A lot bigger.
You're not helping.
Bravo.
It would be unprofessional to cut the link, right?
Highly.
Next time, I expect big ass bugs to be in the mission briefing.
Jeff Grubb and Mike Minotti.
Dan Reichert!
Hello, that is my name. I'm Dan Reichert, and you, the viewer, you've stumbled upon Demo Derby. This is a long-running series we've done here at Giant Bomb, where we go through my binders of demo discs, and it's usually an OPM one, which is going to be today. And then we just check out everything on that demo disc. How does that sound, Jeff Grubb and Mike Minotti?
I'm very excited. Happy holidays to you boys.
Happy holidays, yeah. What a wonderful time of the year to get cozy with some demo discs.
Exactly.
Well, I have a variety of demo discs, almost all of them between like 1 and 100 of OPM. So I believe we've done it this way in the past. Why don't you each hit me with a number between 1 and 100, and who do I have on calculator duty?
I'm on calculator duty, so Mike, you go first.
I picked the number 3.
Okay, and then Grubb, you've got?
I will go with the number 17.
That's it's 10. So okay, it's 10. All right, so we don't need the calculator.
We did it. We did it.
Let's see what we have. Oh, that's pretty early on in OPM here. And ooh, okay. I have 11. Do you want to go with 11, or do you want to retry? Oh,
no, 11. Let's do it.
Let's roll with it.
I'm looking at some names on here, and I'm okay with 11. Okay.
All the stars here? Okay, yeah. I've heard 11's heaven.
Wow, okay. I'm going to put it in my place. It was 7.
No. That's...
I was lied to?
That's incorrect.
Oh, no.
It's the other Evan.
Getting bunk information in the Lutheran Church.
Fellas, you should see the disc is loading up.
I see. Yeah, let's get this thing
I see
spinning.
memory cards.
Okay, let's see.
I see Paris, I see France.
I was trying to make it work in my head, Mike. I had the same thought.
One brain cell.
Yep.
Uh-oh! Well, let me see if I can clean it. I'm gonna see if I can clean it.
Okay.
Get your sleeve.
Get your games.
We're going back
to your
the
Funko Land cleaner out and go to town on that thing.
It is okay. It does have some gunk.
That's rough.
This is not. By the way, this was sent to us, so this is not my fault. This is whatever
keeps his stuff
selfish
pristine.
fool sent these demo discs. How dare you send us these great
There
demo
we
discs?
go.
Yes.
If you're watching this, send us a new demo disc 11.
I got another thing in the PO box that I need to go pick up. I have no idea what it is, but the CDI's there. The what's Devil's Third is in there. I got to go find out what this new thing
You
is.
might need to do like a Cleveland road trip here soon. I have to give you back your and Thor.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you could, if it's not too much, bring that when we're together. But if
Look at
it's
that.
too much, I get it.
Look at that
Hey, the disc is
PlayStation
working.
disc.
I bet it's going to work perfectly this entire time.
It better. It's got some good fucking games on there.
Oh, early on. So, like, boy, there could be some interesting things here. Maybe Jumping Flash 2.
I'm thinking we're around 98 based on some of the games I saw on here.
98?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. Is there a game called Metal Gear Solid?
Who can say? Hang on. Here we
What
go.
is this? Some kind of hell cubicle?
Yeah.
God, these are
Bring me up in there.
Oh,
Let's go.
hell yes.
This
Things were better back then.
God, all the CGI now, Mike, just looks like what's that LucasArts game you had me play?
Grim Fandango?
Yeah, it all just looks like Grim Fandango to me now.
This is the same year, actually.
Is this ZZ Top? Are we playing a ZZ Top game?
I think we're just playing, ZZ
from the Sony Music Group?
What is going on?
Okay.
Oh, Tekken 3.
Look at this. Okay, Minotti, you know how like you love when it was like a submarine theme?
Yeah.
I love this. We got
This is Space Taxi? Is that what we're doing?
Okay, we got spades and clubs for the gear shift. We got the cross button for a gear shift down there. We got leopard skin seats. Oh, what an alien! Do you see the alien?
Look out!
Okay.
This is so fun.
I don't even want to cycle through the stuff. I'm just going to go one at a time because I'm so excited about this. All right. Tekken 3, what a loser game.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
Jeez.
Man, I love Tekken 3.
It's
What
so
if I said Tekken 3 today and it made me really excited?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Tekken 3 comes up. Well, you could see individual fingers. Oh, my God.
Right. Well, because the Harada, right? He's retiring, he said.
I think that's... Oh, I might have been watching Game Mess and you guys mentioned it.
we talked about it on there, yeah.
Look at this, man. Tekken's cool. 1998 was cool.
98 is, I think, probably still the best year for video games.
Has nothing to do with the fact that I was 14.
Right. I know, but it is just insanely good. I mean, you have Ocarina of Time, Metal Gear Solid, this...
Man,
that's the coolest
Halloween costume.
That is the coolest man.
Look at this guy.
You gotta start growing that hair out.
I know.
God, this song was in every video game or a form of it.
Yeah,
I
or
feel like
a
this is from
menu or
F-Zero
demo
GX.
disc.
Yeah.
There's Law. And Law's uncle.
Oh, the striation. Oh, my God. Oh.
This king.
brother.
Oh, somebody cut the Vince McMahon gif with all the close-ups of that veiny leg and the lifting.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is how I wake up every morning.
Yeah, from your mist cube.
This is me starting my day.
Man.
That happened to my cousin.
Oh, Yoshimitsu's so cool. I'd love a good montage CG intro. Like, it's just all of the dudes in this game, and they all have 5 seconds to look cool.
I don't think any game series ever has done this type of intro better than Tekken.
It's pretty good.
This was the first one Harada directed, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This is the first one with Jin. This was like the next generation.
Or no, Tekken 2 had some devil stuff in it, right?
Maybe.
Okay.
Probably.
Let's just do arcade mode here.
You play a whole arcade mode on this demo? I mean, only 2 characters.
It can only be Zhao Yu or Eddie Gordo. Well, that's who I was going to pick anyway, so here we go. I got my fingers on the X and O buttons in Eddie Gordo mode.
Yeah.
The most Eddie Gordo motherfucker alive.
Can you imagine at 14 how many people I was annoying with Eddie Gordo? Like,
just the amount of rage quits would have been astronomical.
Yeah, it is how I played this game 1000%.
Is Eddie Gordo the maxi of Tekken?
Yes,
yeah,
100%. I conflate them in my head sometimes. Yes.
Do games need to look better than this?
There's Soul Edge graffiti over there. Cool.
Oh, nice. Man, this is so crisp.
It's crisp. The animation's really good. It took a long time for me to admit Tekken was good because I was such a Sega guy and a Virtua Fighter guy. But Tekken
I was
3
a Battle Arena Toshinden guy for like a hot 15 minutes. Early on, it was accepted Battle Arena Toshinden was better, and then that changed like a half an hour later.
Yeah, like 2 seconds later. Tekken came out.
All right, hell yeah, Eddie Gordo.
So you get just one. Okay, that makes sense.
Wait, not even let me cycle anymore?
No versus mode. Probably just arcade mode.
That's all you get.
Okay.
That's all you get.
All right. Well, that's Tekken 3 is starting.
Seems like a good video game. I believe I will purchase it for my PlayStation.
Yeah, I think I will too. I think that'd be a good game on there. It has Tekken bowling in it.
It has so many modes. It's a ton of content. Gosh, God. Namco sure was good on PS1.
Okay, ready for what's next?
Yep.
Okay, now I don't know what order any of this is in, so I'm going to go to the next one and let's all make the sound.
We will respond appropriately.
Yeah,
yes,
make the first sound that comes to your brain. Ready?
All right. Yeah.
Here I go. Everyone, get ready. Oh, what? Down? Oh, hang on. Okay, sorry. Reset. Jeez. Okay. I was hitting right. I think I need to hit down. So reset. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Oh.
Sure.
That's the sound. What the hell is Turbo Prop Racing?
Oh, I bet there's a chance we come out of this and this is our new favorite game.
It'll be
Let's
no
go.
Jet Moto. It'll be no Jet Moto.
Just seeing the controls there, it makes me wistful for when X was the accepted accelerate for everything, or A on an Xbox controller.
X for accelerate, right there. I mean, it all made sense.
Yeah,
It does make sense when you've got like analog triggers. Sure, it does make more sense, but god damn it, it was X when I grew up. All right.
Man, every game just had one of these.
Why not? They were handing them out at the video game store. You get a CG intro.
Turbo Prop Racing. It is the same song. Whoa, this looks good.
Whoa,
Oh
look
man,
at
I
these
love
waves.
this.
Oh.
Rolling
Wait, analog
start.
on? Okay, I'm doing analog now. I just switched to analog. Okay, there is a boost. Boost is square.
Is this like a proto Hydro Thunder?
I want you guys to know that as a wave race sicko, I'm looking down on this and saying, pathetic.
I know. I know. I know you're not impressed by their
I needed to
waves.
say it.
I feel guilt over my lack of wave race experience.
Oh, it's good.
It's really good.
Really good.
Such a 64
Yeah.
guy in that one. And I have played more Jet Moto in my life than wave race.
No, that's a mistake.
Whoa. This frame rate's pretty good.
Yeah, that's PlayStation, right? PSX had a lot of great frame rates.
Who the hell made this game? Turbo
Turbo Sean actually did it.
Neil Druckmann.
Oh yeah, this seems like him.
Okay, this game was called Rapid Racer in Europe and Japan, apparently, by the way. And this is straight up a Sony Computer Entertainment Europe joint.
Whoa, Dan, and you're not joking. It does say Neil Druckmann worked on it. In fact, you should bring it up to him if you ever see him.
Yeah, anyone watching this, let him know. This feels all right. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, the Hydro Thunder was great, and that whole genre kind of got subsumed by it. And like, we should just get more of these.
Can anybody guess what the next game from this studio was? I don't think you could.
Family Feud.
Buzz Trivia.
Spice World.
Oh shit! Really?
This is the Spice World people.
That's incredible. Okay.
Wow.
Have you guys ever played Spice World?
I rented Spice World, and it was the most nonsense video game I'd ever seen. What are you doing?
That didn't feel good.
Land
feels bad.
boating.
Oh, God. I think this is when we still had racing games where it's just like arcade style where you just had to hit checkpoints to keep racing.
Yeah, which is weird because this is not based on an arcade game. This is just straight up Sony making
They
it
just
for
didn't know any better.
PlayStation. No, you're right.
Man, I just had got in my head. I just got an idea, flash for an idea for a game of like a boat that grows legs so it can walk on land.
Look at SeaWorld.
I like it.
Yeah, that's all I have so far.
That's just Keeper, and you didn't like that.
No, yeah, look. Try to be quiet about that. Everyone else seems to like it.
Well, at least you had a moment to sit back and see everybody else's opinions come in before you.
I love how the Tekken demo is 30 seconds long, but Turbo Prop Racing, just take your time with it.
Oh yeah, really soak in it.
Savor it.
I mean, honestly, it doesn't feel bad.
I do like watching little engines move when you're turning.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Jeez. Oh, that's wild. Okay.
Props are propping.
This just kind of looks a bit like a 96 game instead of a 98 game, and back then that was a big difference.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Turbo, you've got boost power.
It's using woke kilometers per hour to tell you how
I
fast you're
noticed.
going.
I'm glad you called it out. I was afraid to.
I always will. I'll stand on business.
I hear European Sony and my brain goes straight to Wipeout.
Yeah, of course.
Sure. I mean, all that Psygnosis stuff.
And the Getaway.
Yeah. This music's fun. I mean, there's so much like club music on the PlayStation 1. It's incredible.
It was probably plentiful and cheap. That's probably what happened.
So as always on Demo Derby, I am playing this on Shoot hardware, so I have a DualShock 2 in my hands right now. I had to turn on the analog button to use my DualShock sticks.
Last place. Dang.
I like how that looked.
Yeah,
I was okay with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It was funny. You had to be like really ready for Resident Evil 2 or Metal Gear Solid, and then Turbo Prop Racing.
All right, ready? 1, 2.
Oh, this is where the idea of ninjas came from.
Oh, right. All these games we have this year. Yeah. This is IDOS? Yep. Oh, wow. Okay. On cue.
Nice. Good job.
I seem to remember this being on a bunch of like demo discs with like, I want to say Fighting Force and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you know?
that sounds right. Yeah.
And this is straight up core. So this is straight up the Tomb Raider developer.
Wow. What are we
in
doing
the midst
here?
of their Tomb Raider days.
Okay, fuck you. That's the mythologies, brother.
I think they didn't they do this like right after Tomb Raider? Like Tomb Raider came out, and this was like the very next game.
Yeah, I think it was might be in between Tomb Raider 2 and 3 or 1 and 2.
That's what I remember about it. It's like the new game from the Tomb Raider people, Ninja. It's going to be the biggest deal, and it was like they didn't. I think they completely remade this engine, not using anything from Tomb Raider, so it's a completely different game.
Well, it has 19 different attack moves. You got to make a whole new engine for that.
The things that they would use as bullet points is just hilarious. Boy, literally an giant enemy crab, by the way. We really did love those things.
I think I started my games journalism career in a world where people would still ask how many weapons is in the game.
Yeah, how many
that
levels?
went away pretty soon after I started, but there was still a time there.
50 different enemies. That's a lot of enemies, maybe.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
I like that.
How many of those do you think are just palette swaps?
Yeah.
Oh,
Looks
yeah,
like
like these two right here, right?
This looks like a Rising Zan like.
Yeah, but it's fine. It's got like a 66 average on game rankings. I love when the game is old enough that the average score on Wikipedia comes from game rankings.
Yeah.
That was the big one when I started reviewing. Was I
remember all these characters from
press...
Megabonk.
Yeah. I would brag about that to press contacts if I was trying to get codes in like 2006. I'd be like, listen, Lawrence.com is on game rankings. We are factored into their score.
I mean, that's something.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a lot going on with this game. What the fuck? Why is there a dinosaur?
Because it's core.
I mean,
they just made Tomb Raider successfully with a dinosaur in it.
You're right. They just like to it's shooting out gems.
Is it going to let me play this afterwards?
I don't know. It might just be a video.
Yeah.
He's sledding. I bet I'd love this game.
I would too.
What was that? That was crazy.
The fuck?
What is that
There
timer?
is some strong Mythologies energy here.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's like if they made Mythologies 3D.
Yes. If I just had one sequel, it would be this.
Oh, gross.
All right, Shelob.
It looks like the why is that timer going down in the top right? Are these timed or is that?
Yeah, why is there a 30-minute timer in this video? What the fuck is this game?
I mean, this does look kind of cool. September 98. Nothing else going on.
Nothing else is happening around it for video games.
Listen, you got to ask for something for Christmas.
Well, some people did.
Oh, no.
I literally got Ocarina of Time that Christmas.
Game Informer gave that game a 2.5 out of 10.
Oh, my.
EGM gave it a 3.5 out of 10. It can't be that bad. No way. Hey! Oh, my God.
Man,
What's it going to let you play?
It's a video.
I love Metal Gear Solid 1. That's the one I played the most out of this series. I played it like 3 times.
Oh, it's so good.
This is a video, and keep in mind now, every Metal Gear since, if there was any officially released video of Metal Gear Solid, it was like the most, like licensed music, slickly edited trailer. I want to see what Kojima allowed to come out in 1998.
Do you think we're going to get more house tech now?
No.
No, I bet not. I
don't think so
right?
either, but I would love it.
I think that
It's
would
not
be
impossible.
Insane. I don't think we get narration. I don't know if we're going to hear a word.
Do you think we get a bullet point about like how many bosses you fight or weapons you get?
Like I think there's a chance but this is before he had the power to pull strings and say, "I'm going to."
Before Metal Gear Solid, came out.
I get to declare
things.
Right, exactly. I get to declare what my trailer is going to be. He might just had to hand over B-roll to the team making this disc, so we'll see.
My guess is it's going to be like terrorists have taken over, and it's going to be like text, like a terrorist island, one soldier.
Are we going to see Meryl's ass?
Maybe. I'm going to hit X. Here we go. I'm going to hit cross.
Say yes.
Okay.
God, this game's cool.
Nuclear.
I should play Metal Gear Solid again.
Okay.
Oh, this feels very Kojima.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, no, we're doing it early.
Yeah, they're doing the song from the credits.
Yep, hell yeah. Okay. We had the style back then, even.
I mean, this shit stood out so much at the time. Everyone was so excited.
This is why I had to have a PlayStation. Man.
Oh, it's Japanese
Japanese
voice acting.
Wow.
Yeah, I probably don't have the English voice acting maybe available yet.
I literally just got goosebumps. God damn it.
Oh, I know.
Is this this could have been like a Tokyo Game Show trailer or something
Maybe.
like that.
I mean, if I saw this trailer back then, I'd be like, what the fuck is this?
On Real Player or whatever, yeah.
Yeah. No, I just read the review crew review and it got straight 10s. I was like, well, I guess I'm going to target right now.
Yeah, the EGM cover of that dude in like the ski mask or whatever standing outside. I read that like an entire summer like vacation one year.
Boy, that wasn't long too, but
short but effective.
So good.
Oh, and now here we go.
Oh, sweet. Oh, there he is.
I always forget about like the console exclusive Duke Nukem games that came out in that weird in between time of 3D and forever.
It's driving me insane that Duke Nukem is capitalized, but nothing else is.
Yes, I don't like
weird.
That's not the official spelling, I think. Okay. Well, this looks like total shit.
Oh, sweet. Man,
look at this
looks like
HUD.
it looks like a Jaguar game.
Yeah. Oh.
So, this is before Duke Nukem Land of the Babes.
Oh, sure.
And then Duke Nukem 0 Hour for the 64.
And that is how we define time before and after Duke Nukem, the time of the babes.
75 on Game Rankings, not bad. It's doing the Daikatana thing in a way that doesn't look like. I kind of like the idea of Duke Nukem wearing a toga in like ancient Greece. It's kind. Wait, do I kind of want to play this?
I kind of want to play this now. Yeah, the good Daikatana.
The good Daikatana. That was the original subtitle.
Right.
This is legally distinct Rammstein.
MIDI Rammstein, yeah. Wow.
It's interesting because, man, the like to me that's still such a what's weird is the other PS1 Duke Nukem game, Land of the Babes, is like a 37.
That one sucks.
Supposedly it's terrible. This one doesn't look bad.
Oh, god damn it.
Lunar!
There it is. There's the anime bullshit.
This has got. This was a Sega CD game.
Here's something when I'm working at Funkoland, comes in a 19-disc package that takes up all of our shelf space. Arc the Lad.
It's always Arc the Lad with you.
Because I remember, I don't know how many times I looked at it, because when you're doing counts and that was an A's, it was just so many Arc the Lads.
Sure. I thought I was going to play through this year, and I did not find the time.
Yeah, they re-released these in a new updated version.
Yeah, just a nice compilation. Because these were Sega CD games. This was like the first JRPG that did have like the animated cutscenes and some voice acting, because it was on a CD for the first time. Then it got ported to PlayStation.
I bet if I saw this type of thing on Sega CD back then, maybe my whole course of my life and thoughts on anime would have changed, because like I would have just been so blown away at what this looks like, and I probably would have been like, ooh, I want to check out more of this.
And Dan, when you said Arc the Lad, you know that's the same people, right?
I didn't. I associate a lot of those multi-disc PlayStation 1 RPGs together, you know?
This was Working Designs, and then they became, God, what was it? Gaijin Works? I think Gaijin Works, and they made Arc the Lad.
I want to say we had a giant multi-disc Lunar soundtrack that we sold, too. Does that sound right?
Man. Yes, that sounds definitely possible.
Now, the fact that this is literally a musical now, too, is that
dear.
doing anything for you?
I mean, again, I think maybe if they got me like on the Sega CD, maybe my opinions on everything would be different. I don't know. Never mind.
I'm into it. Ooh, where are these fireflies going?
This was the RPG series for like when I would talk to like a real RPG sicko and they didn't want to say Final Fantasy or Dragon Warrior or whatever. They'd be like, no, my favorite is Lunar. I'm like, oh, okay. Nah, no, it's no Cruisin' Blast theme song, that's for sure.
No, it's not.
No.
I mean, this looks kind of cool though for '98.
Yeah, look at that.
Awesome look to it.
3D background.
Yeah.
2D characters.
Rotating sprite. Yeah.
Yeah. Eat shit, Beauty and the Beast ballroom.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I think I would have thought, what the fuck is this game if I saw this? Like the game part of it, you know?
See, I think I would have immediately knew what the game part of it was based off of the look of this, to be honest. It's a third-person shooter, Dan.
This is the sequel to Time to Kill.
Yeah. I do hope this is all they show. Huge world to explore.
50 plus minutes of animation.
Legions of monsters to fight.
That's a lot.
It's so much that you could say it's undefinable.
All right, next up.
Okay. Oh,
is that it? Is that the whole fucking disc?
Where's the goober stuff?
Oh, is there nothing else on here?
No.
This is pretty early. They might not have like.
I'm gonna go unprecedented here. I think. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. What do you got?
Disc 12.
All right, let's go.
I like it. It makes sense. Yeah, these are.
We're double discing.
Oh no!
Oh shit!
They said it couldn't
you
be
shouldn't
done.
do that.
You dissed. You took a bite and you dissed again.
Actually, I'll let you guys pick because I've got a variety from this era. Do we just want to go to the
12.
next 12? Ooh,
Yeah, I just want to see the next one.
There's good stuff on 12 too.
I just want to see 12.
Okay.
I have 2 copies of 12.
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's do them both.
One of them's gonna work.
We're gonna triple disc it.
Now you're just playing with fire.
We got double discs.
I'm just cutting the full cam of me right now while my PlayStation loads up, my totally normal PlayStation.
Yeah, nice alien xenomorph in the background.
Yeah, I don't know. We've decided that. Well, I named it Carl, and then Bonk thought Jasmine was funny.